Board of Trustees at KAPSARC, spoke about the transformation happening at the center. Our vision is to be a leading advisory think tank in energy and sustainability policy, and our mission is to inform global energy policies through evidence-based advice and applied research. Thus today, we're hosting this joint workshop with our IEF partners, and this roundtable looks at energy security and advancing technology, innovation, and investment. We see our role being able to bridge differences and achieve a common objective. And therefore, this is not a one-off. We've partnered with many institutions and international organizations, including the IEA, OECD, IRENA, the Nuclear Energy Agency, and the Global CCS Institute. Similarly, we've worked with OPEC and organized many joint events, workshops, and publications. In this time of uncertainty and heightened market volatility, the burden of advising and informing policymakers to make the right decision and enact the right policy is paramount. We heard over and over yesterday from many speakers the importance of ensuring energy security, energy access while meeting the climate goals. Yet, the toolkit of policymakers have proven to be of limited capacity, and there is a need to expand and improve the tools that we have. That's why KAPSARC strongly believes in the advisory work we do, but also in the access we provide for others. Beside all the research that we publish and we make available for public access on our website, we make sure we share our tools, models, and data sets with everyone. This joint workshop is, again, another one of our important events that will help in ensuring we share the knowledge commonly around this table and with those around the world. Thank you.
Fahad and Joe, thank you so much for those opening remarks and setting the scene, getting us ready for the great day that we have in store today. We have 3 big sessions today, and we're going to get started on our first session, and I'm going to hand it over now to Adam Siminsky. Adam, of course, the Senior Advisor to the Board of Trustees with KAPSARC. So Adam, over to you.
Thanks very much, Etna, and hello to everybody out there, whatever time it is in your part of the world. It's morning here in Riyadh. Fahad mentioned that His Royal Highness Prince Abdulaziz spoke very personally and moving, actually, about his ambitions and hopes for KAPSARC last night. And I just want to say that Joe McMonigal has done wonders in his short period of time here at the IEF in terms of getting the IEF, I'd say, on a great track forward. And Joe, congratulations on that. And Fahad Al-Ajlan has done a remarkable job, I think, of reorganizing KAPSARC in a way that ensures that the ambitions of Prince Abdulaziz to make KAPSARC into one of the premier organizations around the world, I think is, inshallah, I think it's going to happen, and Fahad has had a big hand in that. So, that's kind of interesting. I'm under strict rules here to not read anybody's resume. And so I thought that we would start. I want to introduce the panel to you, and Peter Terriam will give a kickoff keynote speech, and then we'll have Brian Anderson from NETL, the National Energy, the National Laboratory, NETL, National Energy Technology Laboratory, will follow, and then Cornelia Meyer. But let me tell you a little bit about Peter that's not on his resume. What is on his resume is that he's a managing director for water and food at NEOM. He worked as a senior executive in several energy companies over the course of a very illustrious career. And of course, that's why NEOM wanted him, why Nadni Al Nasser recruited Peter to come to Saudi Arabia. But why did Peter want to come here? I mean, what was the attraction for somebody who was a CEO at several companies with a very successful outlook going on? And this is kind of interesting to me. Peter wanted to be part of something that's unique. He saw Saudi Arabia at a critical juncture in time, Vision 2030, tremendous changes underway. I can't tell you how much has happened since in the short period of time that I've been here in the last few years. And what Peter said was, who wouldn't want to have the opportunity to be part of something that's never happened before? I mean, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to be here, to be part of something that's important to Saudi Arabia, but important to the world, showing leadership in many different areas. And I'm very sympathetic to that idea, Peter. I think it's true. Brian Anderson appeared a few years ago before the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee in Washington to discuss how Nettle would develop its innovative energy technologies that were intended to promote growth, economic growth, and competitiveness. What Brian told the committee at that time was that science, technology, and research are powerful anchors of regional innovation and sustainability that can be applied to meet the technical, economic, and environmental challenges of a diverse, flexible, and resilient national energy supply and delivery portfolio. So now, Brian, of course, was talking about the United States when he made those remarks, but his insight applies perfectly to Saudi Arabia and what's happening here. So, I mean, to me, this is like a no-brainer, and this is why we're so delighted to have Brian with us today. And Brian, thank you. I don't know whether you stayed up late or got up early. I know it's about 1 or 2 a.m. in the East Coast right now. Cornelia Meyer is an independent business consultant. Her experience stretches over 50 countries and covers a vast range of assignments for big companies all around the world. But let me tell you something that's not on her resume. Last August, when she was writing about climate challenges, she said that the balance between affordable energy for all and a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions represents one of the biggest conundrums of our times, and that further development of carbon capture, utilization, and storage technology and the concept of the circular carbon economy will be critical to winning the long game, of the climate change. And Cornelia, I thought that was an insight that everybody here should take a note on and take back and reflect in your own thinking. So today, now it's only gonna take me 2 minutes to wrap up my part of this, and then Peter will get you going. I just want to help try to set the stage for you. Could you bring up the slides? There's just 2 of them. Okay, if we don't have the slides, then we'll do that after Peter's talk. It's okay. There we go. Go to the next one. Okay, I just want to tell you a little bit about this concept of the circular carbon economy. It's a integrated and across the board, all of the above approach that tries to deal with carbon dioxide emissions and other greenhouse gases, methane, for example, while generating value. It comes from the idea of the linear economy move to the circular economy. The linear economy in the energy area is you produce it and you burn it. In the other parts of the economy, the idea of linear economy is you make it and then you dispose of it. Then people said, well, this isn't going to work very well because it's creating too many problems in terms of whether it's emissions or just waste materials. And that there are 3 ways that people identified that you could deal with that: reduce the production in the beginning, or reuse or recycle those products. And what Saudi Arabia has done is to take the concept of the circular economy and add another R. So not just reduce, reuse, and recycle, but also remove the waste products that have been generated, like carbon dioxide, from the atmosphere and do something with them, something productive. So I'm not going to go through all the examples, but energy efficiency and renewables are very obvious. Reduce ideas. Nuclear energy, by the way, and A lot of people were surprised yesterday at the amount of discussion that we had on nuclear and how nuclear has been revived as a way to deal with climate. That's on the reduced side of the idea of the 4 R's of the circular carbon economy. Reuse and recycle. You can do things like enhanced oil recovery. You can turn carbon dioxide into chemical products. You can turn it into new fuels. There are ways to use carbon dioxide in doing things like curing concrete, for example. Remove is going to be critical, though. What everybody that has looked at this says is you cannot just do reduce, reuse, and recycle, that you need a more holistic approach, that you've got to use things like direct air capture, mineralization and storage, geologic storage, or nature-based solutions like the Saudi Green Initiative. To use to ocean-based activities, coastal restorations like mangroves, or on-land forestry as a way to deal with carbon dioxide. Let's look at the next slide, and then we'll turn it over to Peter. So this actually sets a stage for the discussion that you're going to hear now. How do you actually do this? How do you turn the circular carbon economy from a framework into real projects on the ground? 3 ideas: technology, policy, and markets. In technology, you have to prioritize the solutions. You have to look at what the costs are, what the abatement potential is, and move in those areas where you can get scale to bring this forward. You've got to advance circular carbon economy type technologies with R&D and pilot projects. You've got to do things to get knowledge of how to do green hydrogen, how to do blue hydrogen, how to do storage in a less expensive way than you've already been doing it. You need the policy mechanisms to drive that forward, and you need really robust measurement, reporting, and verification systems so people believe that what you're doing is real and that it is real. And then you need markets. You need things like carbon hubs, and there's under consideration here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We have the idea of a carbon and hydrogen hub in the industrial city of Jubail, the eastern province, where a lot of companies and the availability to move carbon and hydrogen around is available. Same thing is being done in Houston, Texas, for example. You could do it in Rotterdam. You could do it in a lot of places around the world. And I think you're going to hear more about that because it's a way to actually get projects going and have the scale associated with it. And ultimately, we have to turn carbon and carbon dioxide into value-added products. You know, one of the things that struck me yesterday in the discussion was that we were talking about, well, how do you actually, make this happen? And you need people to want to do it. In other energy transitions, we've had better things come along and people naturally move to those ideas. Now what we are trying to do is we're trying to drive people to what seem to be more expensive solutions. That's really hard. It's really, really hard to do. So what we need is the technology and policy that drive the cost down. When we get the cost down, and then consumers have the opportunity to buy things that actually help solve the carbon dioxide and climate challenges that we're facing, that's how this is going to happen. Real markets, and I think that you're seeing that underway here in Saudi Arabia, and you're going to hear, and elsewhere in the world, and you're going to hear more about that today. So Peter, over to you, and then we'll turn to Brian and Cornelia. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you for your kind introduction and setting the scene. Can I have my first slide up? So yesterday, Robert McNally, who sat next to me and was then presenting about the peak oil, which is going to be much more than anybody expects. The demand is developing. And before he went into that presentation, he started with saying, as a kind of an excuse, despite what I'm predicting, I'm not a bad person. Now, presenting about NEOM, and I was asked before I go into the topic of energy and water to say something about NEOM as a whole, that takes away that suspicion. So I need to say upfront, I'm not a good person. I'm not an ideologist. I even don't have an academic degree, but I've learned by experience in life, and specifically experience in business life. And therefore, yesterday I already thanked the organizers, and I want to repeat that to Joe and Fahad for organizing this, because this for me is not like a forum, it's more like a personal group therapy. And I talked about some of the traumas that I saw coming by yesterday, and the trauma is something that has happened to you in the past, and something that looks slightly similar, it reactivates that trauma. Now, one of the traumas I incurred yesterday was during my reign as CEO of RWE, one of the most carbon-intensive utility or electric energy companies in Europe. When I started as a CEO, we had a market capitalization of 80 billion euro at the DAX in Germany. 4 years into my reign, we were at 8. That's pretty traumatic for a CEO. And the question was, where did we get it wrong? Because all the outlooks, all the predictions were as logical, as sound, as smart as the ones that I'm seeing here in these days. But somewhere we called it wrong. And I said it was zeitgeist. Yeah, it was the public, the policy, the voters who just wanted to go a different direction. And suddenly carbon was not done. And we sat on a large portfolio. Now, let me open today with a second trauma that I couldn't really address yesterday because it was too late and I was just getting over the first one, which was the discussion on nuclear. And there was one question I would want to ask, which is, what LCOE, what levelized cost of energy are you assuming for your nuclear plants? And do those cost of energy include full life cycle cost? And the reason I'm mentioning it is I had in my portfolio next to the most beautiful lignite mining and burning lignite to create power operations, 5 nuclear blocks. And after Fukushima, we were asked to shut them down. Now, that was not new because we used to have a 6th one in Mülheim-Kärlich. That was in operations a few years, but there was a debate about the policy and the permits. And in last instance, the permits were revoked and we were forced to shut it down and to dismantle it. It took us 10 years just not touching it, because when we talk about the final storage and the cost of storage of nuclear waste, high and medium grade nuclear waste, you're not talking about a little bit of fuel. You're talking about what happens at the end of the lifetime. You can't touch a plant that has been in operations for 10 years, and it takes you 5 years to dismantle it, because all of the concrete of the building is containing radioactivism, and specifically the core of it is high radioactivism, and it all needs to be stored, and the cost of that were immense. Now, it can still make sense, and from a carbon perspective it does, but I just would like to say energy is about cost. This is a commodity in the world that drives a lot of economic development, but it can only do so if it is, next to secure, also affordable. So I would plea for at least having an open and an honest discussion on all of the technologies. And I think we need all of them in a certain mix, but to at least have a look at the true cost and at the full life cycle cost of all of that. That's a kind of an intro to how I got to NEOM. I'm more or less paying off my conscience of being world champion carbon emissions in Germany, and I'm trying to do it in a different way in NEOM. But who better than just a small picture or a video to tell what NEOM is? I'm trying to get to the next page, which starts the video. Yeah.
You see desert. We see opportunity. You see the sun. We see inexhaustible energy. You see ancient lands. We see the world tomorrow. This is NEOM. 26,500 square kilometers of desert, valleys, mountains, and coastline. A living laboratory, home to the brightest minds dedicated to the sanctity of all life on Earth. Where ecosystems of abundant plant, animal, and ever-enriching marine life will thrive as never before. A blueprint for tomorrow, in which humanity progresses without compromise to the health of the planet. Where technology will advance in harmony with nature. Where the questions about our future relationship with our home are at last being answered. NEOM, accelerator of human progress.
Let's capture that last statement, accelerator of human progress, because that is what NEOM is about. It's the land of the future where the greatest minds and best talents are empowered to embody pioneering ideas and exceed boundaries in a world inspired by imagination. We say, if you can dream it, you can do it. So this is a land of dreamers and doers. That's our purpose, because NEOM is about the future. This is about creating a society, creating an economy, creating a land within the land of Saudi Arabia that enables everything which is driving us toward the future. And what's the future? Innovation of today is history tomorrow. So the only constant factor is bringing together the right mindset, the right people. They will continuously develop and drive that future. And as such, NEOM is meant to be an example, a catalyst within the Vision 2030 of the kingdom. But it's not only about dreams, it's about very concrete purposes, new economies and global businesses, and reduce the leakage in the KSA economy. This is about making money as much as it is about realizing dreams. Where is it? Just for those who are not that familiar, it's a unique spot. It's a unique spot because it connects to continents. It is 3 to 4 hours flight time of 30 to 40% of the world population. And it is just in front of the Suez Channel at the Red Sea. And we, since a few months, know how important that traffic flow through the Suez Channel is. If it blocks, you really have an issue. And we're just in front of it. It passes our doorstep. That is where NEOM is. It is a special zone, so it's going to be developed with its own laws and its own regulations. That's a challenge within the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. How can you do that? It's not only a free trade zone. It really will incorporate all of international laws, regulations, arbitrations that are state of the art in order to have red carpet instead of red tape when inviting businesses to come here to create the future together with us. Climate, something I always like to point out because my genes are more those of an Eskimo than genes that feel very comfortable in summer in Riyadh. NEOM is 10 degrees on average cooler than the rest of the Middle East. And therefore, not only the temperature, but also the nature, the plants, what grows is more subtropic than anything else. For those who can't imagine what that exactly means, Sharm el-Sheikh is just on the other side of the Gulf of Aqaba, 2.5 kilometers away. That's similar climate as what we have. It's not small, you know. Yes, for Saudi purposes, it is. But, you know, me as a European, this is a part of Saudi which is as big as Belgium, as big as Massachusetts, or as big as Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, depends where you come from. So it's a full vast area with 460 kilometers coastline. It has mountains. I'll show you 1 or 2 pictures where you can see that it is unexpected that Saudi and this part of Saudi has mountains that go as high up as 2,600 meters. What I'll come back to later is the typicality for energy, sun and wind. That's what we have in NEOM, and that's very important. Just a few pictures should get the flavor of how beautiful it is. You saw it in the video, the sea, the islands, desert. We have within this small area of as big as Belgium, we have about all kinds of nature within a 2 hours distance to drive. Now in winter, even have snow in the mountains, and one of the most beautiful views on the stars when you are higher up in the mountains or when you are within NEOM. So that's just to get a taste of what NEOM is. But NEOM is not only nature. NEOM is not only about tourism. I said it already, we want to develop an economy. So it is about creating a full ecosystem. I'm not going to go through all of those bubbles. It goes from advanced manufacturing, world-class healthcare. But for all of that, you need critical basic infrastructure. And that's about energy, water, and food. And that is what I'm responsible for within the total team of NEOM that is building it. Now, where are we? Because people have said, yeah, this has been announced many years ago. Nothing has happened since. What have you guys been doing? Well, we've spent up till 2020 strategizing how to build a country. You know, in my team, we always call it because it's as big as Belgium. It's building a better Belgium. That's not easy, yeah. And it takes a bit of time to not only develop the strategies that are successful in each of those sectors. So why would they come to NEOM? What is it that we have to offer? But how do they interconnect to each other? And how do you then develop a roadmap for implementation? It's taken us some time, but they have been approved in October 2020. And we have started last year with bringing some of the infrastructure in place. We've spent a higher single-digit billion-dollar amount in construction roads, land preparation, land compacting, building the NEOM community camp, which hosts now some 1,700 people, building the first construction workers camp for 60,000 people. So all of that has been started. By 2025, we expect to have or plan to have 130,000 residents and 1 million tourists. And by 2030, which is our first holding post, the plan is to have 1 million plus population and 5 million plus tourists. NEOM will not be finished by 2030, just like Belgium. When will Belgium be finished? You know, my grandfather was a Belgian, so I think I can ask that question. Beyond 2030, this is the starting help to then become a self-growing kind of a location. Now, coming to the Energy and Water Company, Energy and Water Company in NEOM, and I told it has the maximum days of sunshine with one of the highest global sun intensities during daytime. Despite that the temperature is cooler, the irradiation, which is relevant for photovoltaic energy production, is amongst the top 5 in the world. But that is not the only one. We also have reliable and predictable thermal wind from at the shores of the Red Sea during nighttime. Thermal wind is not weather-related wind. It's a physical phenomenon which I compare with convection, what you have in European heating systems. And the advantage of that is it is very stable. It happens every evening, every night. And the second advantage is that wind is mostly there during the evening and the night, and therefore is a perfect complement with solar electricity during the day. So the reason that we can get to 100% renewable is because of the combination of 2 of the most commercialized, most cost-competitive technologies in renewable energy that are currently available. And the step to 100% is then only a small step that you have to make with more expensive technologies, be it batteries or be it pumped hydro or being whatever. So that is what is key for NEOM. And that is one of the starting advantages, competitive advantages we have, and that really is an important factor we are demonstrating with the first large-scale green hydrogen plant that we are building in NEOM. I'll come back to that very shortly. I'd like to complete the strategy and the vision of the Energy and Water Company. It's about building a 100% renewables-based system at, I've mentioned the importance of cost, record low cost. This is not about ideology. This is not about hobbyism. This is about doing something that has a competitive advantage. And we'll show with green hydrogen that that is the case. Little was talked about water yesterday. I hope a little bit more today, because next to energy and availability of energy, scarcity of water is a global issue. And that is what we meant with in the beginning being an accelerator of human progress. These are problems we need to solve for NEOM. But if we are able to solve them for NEOM, it can be a contribution to solving them for other parts in the world. Now, water, and it said here zero liquid discharge. Desalination of water is very energy intensive. It's only sustainable if you can do that with renewable energy, because then it doesn't impact your carbon profile. Well, what do you do with the leftover, the brine? You can't put it back in the sea. We see globally in many areas, despite the fact that people say it comes from the sea, we give it back to the sea. Well, guys, sorry, but the concentration and the temperature impact is such that we have these kind of black holes in the Caribbean. The Arabic Sea here is not in all its extent being positive influenced by it. So we are opting a zero liquid discharge policy. Nothing of the brine goes back to the sea. And then we come to a topic we talked about yesterday. What do you do with the brine? Well, we dissect it in its elements, and there's very valuable material in it. Not only salt, but also magnesium oxide, chromium, potassium, lithium. So all of that can be used and is basically our green materials fundament. And in order to do that, we will attract a lot of energy intensive industries that will help to create GDP for NEOM. Now, that is the strategy, but we always think that building a renewable system is about building wind and PV parks. Well, sorry, guys, it's not. The energy transition doesn't happen in the solar farm or in the wind farm. The energy transition happens in the grid. The energy transition happens by bringing the electricity at affordable cost to the people whilst respecting the reliability, the security of supply. And that is where we have to think different. On the left, you see a traditional energy system, legacy infrastructures, and people start to automate, with big data, things around the fringes of that system. That cannot be done if you start with a 100% renewable system from scratch. So we are reversing the momentum by saying the core of a new energy system needs to be a digital energy platform. This is about big data. This is about artificial intelligence, because getting the stability in such a system is about predictability. Predictability of the volatility of wind and sun, predictability of the volatility of consumption. When do people charge their car, charge their drone, consume their electricity, or maybe put it in their own battery? Much more volatile than anything we've ever had before. Therefore, the digital core needs to be the core of that energy system, and all of the other technical aspects can then be put around it. So 100% renewable is not about sun and wind. It's about doing something that has never been done before, that has a high degree of innovation, IT, and applications in it. What are we talking about size-wise? I'm coming to the end of my presentation, because I said already, this is not hobbyism, this is not ideology. By 2030, we predict an electrical consumption of 114 terawatt hours. That's about the size of Portugal or Austria or Czech Republic. That is sizable. Building that, I always said building that in 10 years, it's already 22. Time gets short, yeah? We have another 8 years left to build up a system like that. But that is just one of the challenges. The other challenge, let me come back to the outlooks that we talked about yesterday. When people ask me, what exactly is your forecast for 2030? Then I say 114 terawatt hours, plus or minus 60%. And that's not a joke, because this is very much assumption driven. And we're starting from scratch, so I don't have a history that I can extrapolate. I just need to assume that after the first green hydrogen plant, we're going to build a second and a third one, but not a fifth or a sixth, or maybe we do. And what about there comes a customer in that wants to produce green steel because we have beautiful iron ore. So a lot of those digital decisions drive the consumption, and they might not all be successful, but some of them, most of them, and this is the average number of all the scenarios that we go through. But from all those scenarios, the variance between the lowest and the highest is huge. So this is about building a system that needs to incorporate flexibility whilst it is being built. You certainly know the expression, repairing the plane whilst flying. Well, at NEOM, we are building the plane whilst we're flying. And we're doing that, amongst others, with building the first large-scale green hydrogen plant. We go back to this one. And this is a breakthrough. We have the sun and the wind. What can we do with it except for only making electricity out of it? And this is what I would call about the second wave of the energy transition. The first wave was about green electrons. But green electrons will not support the full energy transition, because there are so many applications that are not electric connected and cannot be done by green electrons. We have to go, if we want to decarbonize according to the scenarios that have been shown yesterday, we have to go towards the green molecules. And that needs a lot of renewable energy, and it needs cheap renewable energy. And as I said, that's what we have. Therefore, the first commercial project of a large scale green hydrogen plant is being built in NEOM. And I know there are a lot of predictions, and the gigawatts outbid each other. None of them has passed the pre-feasibility stage or the feasibility stage or is in construction. We have orders out with ThyssenKrupp for the electrolyzers. We have prepared the land, we've compacted it. We start construction somewhere in the next months of this year. So this is way ahead of anything else that is out there. And just some facts and figures to end with. It's a $6.5 billion project. It's a joint venture. This is not about state programs with lots of subsidy. This is a commercial project where companies like Air Products, stock listed, Aqua Power, since shortly also stock listed, and NEOM, skin in the game, each of them with 1/3, step into their joint venture to make this happen. 650 tons of green hydrogen per day, total of 4 gigawatt of wind and sun power, and 2,000 megawatt of electrolyzers. I was a bit ashamed as being Dutch, that I read 2 weeks ago in the European newspaper about this gigantic project Shell is doing, the biggest green hydrogen project in Europe to fuel green hydrogen for the steel manufacturing of ThyssenKrupp with a capacity of 200 megawatt. But that says a bit where the differences lay. And again, coming from a European perspective, Europe will have such a vast demand of hydrogen, it cannot produce it itself. It needs to import it. That is physically necessary, but it also makes economic sense, because with the sun and the wind that we have in NEOM or in Saudi or in the Middle East, we can make hydrogen, green hydrogen or blue hydrogen when we look to our neighbors of Aramco on the east side. That is necessary for the global energy transition. And therefore, this is a pioneering project, and we want to be on stream by the end of 2025. So that's on NEOM in a nutshell, and energy and water, and I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Peter, thanks. That's great. I will have a question, but what I'd like to do is go on to the rest of the panel and then come back. You can think about this. I'd love to get an update from you on where things stand physically, what's already in place, and what are the plans for activity on the green hydrogen project with Air Products and Aqua Power. Now, Brian Anderson. Brian, I hope that I see you on the screen now. And Brian, over to you. Brian's, as I mentioned earlier, is the director of the U.S. National Energy Technology Laboratory. Brian?
Well, Adam, thank you. And I hope everyone can hear me. And I'm going to speak a little quietly. I have a sleeping 5-year-old here in the house. But just to give you a quick set of the National Energy Technology Laboratory, we're one of the U.S. Department of Energy's 17 national laboratories. The 17 national laboratory system, we all work together, and we comprise about 100,000 researchers across the U.S. We at NETL, we've been the fossil energy laboratory for the last 111 years. In fact, starting in 1910. But now, as very public, the United States has goals of reaching 100% clean power by 2035. And this would be 100% net zero carbon emissions and 100% net zero emissions by 2050. These obviously are lofty goals. And there also are, obviously the constraints on the energy system as a whole, but at least the opportunity to invest today. And also very well publicized last fall in November, the Infrastructure Innovation and Jobs Act was passed by the U.S. Congress that provides funding across multiple agencies directed toward clean energy. Specifically in the Department of Energy, there's about $62 billion of new funding for a whole suite of technologies, including those in the fossil space, the renewable space, but it is all focused on deployment. And so just some of the highlights, there's about $21.5 billion of funding over the next 5 years for clean energy demonstrations and research hubs like carbon capture hubs and hydrogen hubs. It's $8 billion for clean hydrogen hubs. There's $10 billion for carbon capture, direct air capture, industrial emissions reductions, $2.5 billion for advanced nuclear, another $1 billion for demonstration projects in rural areas, and even $500 million for demonstrations specifically on mine lands. Last year, I was asked as the director of the fossil laboratory to lead an effort called an interagency working group on coal and power plant communities, because there are so many communities across the United States that have built their economies on the fossil industry. And as we transition many of these jobs away, we have a focus on how we can move the clean energy economy in and through those existing economies. So I mentioned that it's $62 billion for the Department of Energy. This is a big change for DOE. There are 60 new programs that come under the infrastructure bill and expanded funding for 12 programs. So because of that, it's the largest infusion of new funds into the U.S. Department of Energy since 1977, the inception of the agency. And it's really the first time under the Department of Energy mandate that we have been asked to work on the deployment side. We've been an R&D organization for the last 45 years, And so the Department of Energy recently underwent an organizational realignment, specifically to address the investments in the bipartisan infrastructure law, or the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. So it created a new undersecretary for infrastructure, specifically focused on the deployment of clean energy technologies. And the former undersecretary for science and energy is now the undersecretary for science and innovation. So really embracing the innovation ecosystem that we historically, the historical mandate within the Department of Energy, which is about $17 billion annually of an R&D program, including the national laboratories. And then now focusing on the deployment, particularly over the next 5 years of expending the funds and 10 years of programs. So we've set out 6 cross-cutting goals for implementing the bipartisan infrastructure law. 1 is job creation. 2 is manufacturing. 3 is environmental and economic justice, including what I mentioned in terms of the coal and fossil energy communities over the future to diversify their economies. Certainly emissions reductions, not only CO2 emissions, but methane emissions and non-greenhouse gas emissions, and all driving toward the pathway to private sector uptake. We know, I mean, the US energy system, the $60 billion is not going to convert the energy system and meet the goals of 2035. So these investments have to be done in a way that is catalytic to the private sector. And just like has already been mentioned this morning, the public sector investments, the innovation, the incentives from a tax and policy standpoint have to align with some catalytic investments to lower the adoption barrier at the front, but it has to be led by the private sector. And then last, we have to create a new Department of Energy workforce. We're hiring about 1,000 new employees across the Department of Energy, about 300 at my lab alone, because we are going to end up managing about half of the $62 billion will be managed at NETL. So we have an operating model for the implementation of this infrastructure bill. It includes an office for clean energy demonstrations, manufacturing supply chain, grid infrastructure, because with a major grid transition, starting from the existing assets that are on the grid and moving into the future grid, brings up all the questions of reliability and resiliency that I'm sure are being discussed also in Saudi Arabia. And then we have the R&D provisions and state and community policy. So specifically to the fossil energy provisions, the ones that we are really heavily managing at the NETL and with the Office of Fossil Energy and Carbon Management, is the deployment of regional direct air capture hubs. I know it's within the circular economy, Adam, that you had talked about earlier. The direct air capture hubs in the United States, we're going to put about $3.5 billion into some regional direct air capture hubs, and then $2.5 billion into carbon storage, validation and testing, and demonstration of carbon capture technology. So we have another $3.5 billion in carbon capture demos. And so I've already mentioned the $8 billion in the hydrogen hub. So I'm mentioning all these what seem to be large numbers, but it really is about getting the first, second, and third of a kind out into the market to lower the risk barrier, and then subsequently create the right policies that will drive technology adoption and the private sector investment that needs to come. I'm going to take a very quick step back, and I know we're running short on time, so I want to hand over to our other panelists. But NETL, I mentioned we've been doing research for the last 111 years. Our portfolio that we've been developing is, I think we are one, if not the leading innovator in the carbon capture space. We've been working on that nearly 30 years, and have seen some tremendous opportunities for adoption, given the right policy scenarios, to play a key role both in reliability and resiliency on the grid, while simultaneously providing the options to decarbonize. It's going to be a whole portfolio of the renewables, storage, and low carbon technologies on the firm power side, particularly carbon capture from natural gas, and even carbon capture from coal systems. And so with that, I'll leave it, with the last statement is we're at a critical time. And right now, I think that within the U.S. Department of Energy, the big focus is on how we're going to deploy in a smart way with 62 billion, again, is not going to go very far. So we must think critically about how we overlay the infrastructure. There are a lot of considerations we're making on how we can couple projects together, including things like hydrogen, carbon capture, direct air capture, and even our deployment of new nuclear assets. And so with that, I'll pass it back to you, Adam. Thank you and the organizers for inviting me, and sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Well, Brian, we're delighted to have you, and thanks very much for that great overview. And please do stay on because we're going to have a Q&A period. One of the things that I think I'd like to come back to you on is which technologies you think hold the most promise given circumstances in the United States. And your point about regional direct air capture hubs is an interesting one, because direct air capture facilities can be built anywhere. They can be built where there's geologic storage capabilities or where there's recycle and reuse capabilities. And so that's kind of an interesting thing. Let's turn it over now to Cornelia for her remarks. The clicker. I don't have a clicker. Oh, here it is. All right, Cornelia, turn your microphone on and then we're all set.
Good afternoon, good morning, Sabah al-Khair, assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for the kind invitation by KAPSARC and the IEF. It's a great honor to be here. So I thought, what can I do? There was so much that was said yesterday. What can I do to sort of add a little bit of a new perspective to things, or say something a little bit different? And Peter, you have sold NEOM, I have bought. I'm emigrating, I'm coming. I'm going to be one of the 130,000. And I was very, very grateful that you mentioned water, because that lacked yesterday. With a lot of the energy sources we are looking at, cooling is very important, and without water, that's not going to happen. So I was very grateful you mentioned that. So what I'm looking at today is, yesterday we looked at the gap, and I didn't put, being by training an econometrician, I didn't put a number there because it's a non-verifiable number. That always makes me very worried. So I didn't take them on, but we need every year tens of trillions to invest to make this energy transition. And what I took from Brian is, yes, we have the national laboratories. We have in KSA, where you have a well-endowed country. You have KAPSARC, you have all sorts of think tanks and research that is being done, and that's very helpful. But we are not going to get the trillions only with public money. We need private sector money. So I'm going to look at the trials and tribulations of private sector money going into, and it's all interconnected to policy or to your technology policy markets. It's interconnected to see what they are looking at in order to finance it, because you can't finance it, you can't build it. It's simple as that. Or is it this way around? I have no idea. Okay, I'll go back. Okay, when I look at energy security, we need to look at what are we talking about. We obviously have, we have the security of supply. We have affordability is very important. Access to energy for all, because as you mentioned, the article, if we lose half the population in the world, or a quarter of the population, which we could if it's not affordable, in countries like the UK, I'm both UK and Swiss national. In the UK, we have a real cost of living crisis, and that comes from energy. And about 1 in every 10 households needs to think every morning, do I eat or do I heat? And that's a very tough decision. And then we also need to look at the North-South divide, which is again very, very, very important. If you're Europe, if you're the US, if you're Saudi, you have the money to do a lot of this transformation. If you're Nigeria, you may have other imperatives going on you. And then you need to look at a security of demand. If I'm a financier, I want to know there is a security of demand at a reasonable rate. And I'm chairman of a small asset management company, which runs private money, of family offices. You want to know that there's something coming back because, you know, your greedy heirs will want something back. Then there's energy transition, net zero by 2050. You know, the IEA's roadmap to net zero has created new realities. You might have seen that last year, about 14 of the largest asset managers, again, investing trillions of dollars every year, have written to the 68 largest banks saying, either you sign up to that or you will not get our business. And now you see that, especially for debt financing, it's becoming increasingly difficult to fund certain hydrocarbon projects. And then we have the technology where we really need, and especially in Europe, I think, we really need to become more open-minded. You know, obviously we need to focus on clean energy technologies, which there is, but we also need to look at removal technologies. And that's again where the circular carbon economy comes in, you know, CCUS and all of these things. Net zero does not mean zero carbon. And I think that's something that policymakers need to sort of get ingrained in their heads. Net zero is not zero carbons because we can take some of the carbons out. And then you have the IEA, which, you know, tells us correctly 50% of emission reducing technologies for 2050 are not yet commercial today. Now, again, from an investor's perspective, unless you are sort of a VC fund and you like to, you're adventurous. If you're the less adventurous money, you only go for proven technologies. It's very hard. So we have huge investment requirements. We have huge funding gaps, which I think are as of yet quite unquantifiable, but just scary. So in other words, we need private sources of funding. I don't know, you see, I'm very bad at technology. We are talking about technology. So I wanted to say, what is a good comparator for where private funds, it's mainly institutional private funds are flowing. And the flow of funds and volatility in the S&P 500 for 1990 versus 2022, I think is a good way of seeing where it goes. And I look at the share in 1990 of utilities and energy, that's the red bits that you have there. It's about 20%. I look at it now, it's about 6%. That's slightly different. Then I look at the volatility and obviously volatility goes up and down. It is volatile, right? But you can see if I take January 1991 and then compare that to January the same date, 2022, and I do it on an annualized weekly. The measurement, I do it on an annual, it's very boring. Econometricians, they need to deal with numbers and how they get there. Do it on an annualized weekly, it's 58.1% for energy. It's come down some. But so what I say is, you know, we need a lot of money to flow into energy and utilities. And when I look at the institutional money that goes into S&P 500, and there's also non-institutional money, the trajectory is going the wrong way. So that's the next one. It's just, I'm just really useless here. And then I'm to the point of debt financing into, and the IEF has seen the slide before, debt financing into renewables versus fossil fuels. And because debt financing is, you know, the banks, these 68 banks that are told you, thou shall now only invest this way, and that have shareholders and activist shareholders telling them that. they have up until they've invested about 4 trillion between 2015 and 2020 into fossil fuels. But look at the trajectory. The green line is renewables and the red line is fossil fuels. They met at the beginning of this year or end of last year. So, and it's going to diverge. So again, debt financing is important. Yes, the oil industry and the hydrocarbons industry will get money, but it will be more private equity money, other money, not the nice, the quote unquote nice, not so expensive bank money, and it will be more expensive, and we will see that in the energy costs. Again, I just incapable of learning. So what if you are an investor and you need to look at what the policymakers do, because they are setting the framework. So for the policymakers, they need a broad acceptability of the technologies. And nuclear is a good example, which in some countries is very acceptable. In other countries, after Fukushima, look at Germany, look at Switzerland, is not so acceptable as a little byline when the Swiss parliament voted on decommissioning nuclear power plants. The then Speaker of the House lives sort of 2 houses over from where I live. And I said, well, Krista, surely you know that we must not decommission these plants. We need them. They're 40% of our energy mix. And she said, oh, yes, Cornelia, I absolutely agree. The elections were about 1.5 years away, and the vote was broadcast on national TV. Guess how she voted? So then you have the security, and they you know, the sort of the security of demand, security of supply, rather, security of demand. You have the affordability for all, and conformity with policy goals, net zero, and so on. But again, here they can be contradictory. I go into that later on. And then you have the reliability of the regulatory system, and easier for, you know, proven technologies. If you are a financier, I want security of demand, I want predictability of returns, I want conformity with policy, but I also want a reliability on a reliability of the policy framework. Because if the policy framework keeps on changing and I'm investing in an ultra long cycle business, I'm in trouble, especially if I'm in a bond and I can't get out of it. Then we have the reliability of the regulatory system, easier for proven technologies. Now, what we have here also, I was very grateful, it's probably our Northern European heritage that got us to think the same way. It's missing environmental economic, what is missing is the environmental and economic assessment over the full life cycle, because especially the policymaker, how can he or she decide what they're going to do if they don't know what that cost and what that environmental impact is? It's hard, I know, but it's something we need to think about. And Aya told us yesterday we should all dream, so I'm dreaming here. Criteria for policymakers and financiers are clearly not identical, but one needs to triangulate. It's just, and it's just the key issues, and I'll be less than a minute. The key issues: we need to get to net zero by 2050. It's aspirational and an ultra long time horizon. So that's very difficult, because if we don't even know what we have in 2030, how can we know where we're in 2050 if 50% of the technologies are not yet proven? The electoral cycle, again, the politician, he has 2 to 6 years, and this is a long time horizon. That's a very tough thing to triangulate. We have an ultra long cycle business, and we have a lack of regulatory certainty. Then the aspirational goals versus affordability, the S in ESG is really important. There's a danger of the wealth and income gap in OECD countries. Think of the Gilets jaunes in France, which comes from that. And there's the new North-South divide. And so that does not make for a terribly stable world. And then aspirations versus reality need to become agnostic with respect to technologies. And, you know, carbon renewal technologies there's not enough uptake, particularly in Europe and in some other countries. And we should all look and learn from the circular carbon economy, which is reduce, reuse, recycle, remove. Addressing issues where possible, economic policy and social, aspects are really an imperative to look at. And the conclusion, all technologies, if we want to get from here to there, all technologies, clean energy and carbon removal are needed. Research and human capital are key to reach net zero, and it's great to have state labs, but the private sector needs to help there too. Net zero by 2050, huge financing requirements. Private capital is important, really requires regulatory certainty, more regulatory certainty, discrepancies of electoral life cycle and long time horizon of the projects, and environmental aspirations versus social realities, cost of energy, cost of living crisis. Technology is one of the determining factors to reach the net zero goals while keeping the lights on. And if we want to get there, again, if you can't fund it, you can't build it. Thank you very much.
Cornelia, thanks for that great roadmap on energy security, which is the first phrase in the title of our session, energy security and moving innovation and clean energy technologies to fast forward. So speaking of fast forward, Peter, tell us about the green hydrogen project, and I think construction was actually, I heard that we might actually begin to see some activities. Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, as I said, it's a commercial project, so I always have to be a bit careful with commercially sensitive informations, given that our two joint venture partners are stock listed. But the facts you can see when you drive there, and others that have been disclosed, is the 2,000 megawatt electrolyzer capacity. That contract has been signed with ThyssenKrupp, has also been published. I think that's as concrete as you can get. There's other contracts with key suppliers, whether it's Haldor Topsoe for the ammonia part, because we convert the hydrogen to ammonia, and ammonia can be shipped through existing logistic chains. Waiting until Saudi has built some pipelines or liquefied hydrogen is commercial, but we're not going to wait on that, so we do it that way. If I go to the NEOM site, then the site where the plant is going to be built, land has been prepared, the compacting of the ground has been done, the detailed engineering has been done. So if you go to ThyssenKrupp, then you have to have done your EPC engineering. That gives you a very concrete example of how far we are. And if you look at how the land looks like, it wouldn't be a big surprise that the first stone is being put in the earth in the next 6 to 12 weeks.
Thanks, Peter. I didn't see Anna Palazzio's card go up. So Anna, I think you had a comment. Use your microphone, please.
Thank you. Allow me to make a couple of comments and one question to Cornelia. Just to introduce my couple of comments. I have been introduced here as former Foreign Affairs Minister of Spain, and for anyone, serving your country is the biggest honor. So in my bio, I highlight that. But I have two incarnations that impulse me to make these two comments, or maybe two incarnations and a half, because the half is present. I have a nuclear past. I have been member of the executive committee of Arriva, and Arriva is a Société de Surveillance in charge of the international expansion of Arriva. So my first comment will be on nuclear. You have asked the question. I have been trying to convince people that nuclear makes sense from an economic perspective. And how did I just explain this in a short, because I'm not going to get into the intricacies of how you do it. There are two issues. First, what's the price for energy security? Because what's clear, and this, when you take a look at France started thinking about the nuclear program after the Suez Canal crisis in 56. In 62, when Algeria got the independence, they reaffirmed, and after the first oil crisis in 73, this is when it went forward. Why? Because they price energy security high. That's the first comment. And the second aspect is that oikuloto. And of course, yesterday, Sama Bilbao gave a fantastic presentation, but from someone that has tried to sell, not an organization, but sell reactors. You know, oikuloto was launched by businessmen. Today you have the biggest Gates, for instance, is investing in modular reactors. So my second heart and my second comment is that I have also been Senior Vice President General Counsel of the World Bank Group. And there, what you are doing is fantastic, the presentation. And by the way, there, Germany is doing a lot of great, interesting green hydrogen through ammonia plants in Morocco, which is a country that for Europe is fundamental, and even in Congo, in Congo Kinshasa, through hydro through hydrogen, ammonia, back to Europe. My third comment is to Anderson. We count on the ingenuity of the American business issue. There are exceptions, and Germany is one, but in general, ingenuity. And there I will mention that I'm a member of the board of the former Secretary of Energy, Secretary of Energy, the future, Moniz, exactly. Moniz Energy Futures Initiative. And Moniz, I met him when he was in MIT speaking about nuclear. My question is to you, Cornelia, because this is how can we change, and it will go to my presentation, but how can we change this? You have mentioned ideology. I love this word. I will mention dogmatism, but I think I love better ideology because it's more, how can we change this, this pressure on banks and investors that is so difficult to overcome? And especially, how can we overcome the IFIs and development agencies in the world that will not, and I'm speaking as my former hat of World Bank, how we can change this attitude that today for developing countries in Africa, they will only fund renewables.
Well, you're absolutely right. And I do a lot of work with two IFIs, with one regional, one sort of more faith-based IFI. And the problem is, right now they say 30% of all our spending goes into renewable energy. And by 2050, it's going to be 50%. And I sort of turn to them and say, so don't your member countries need hospitals anymore? Don't they need schools anymore? I don't quite get it, but anyhow, so that hasn't gotten me thrown out yet. But when I look at that, that's really a very key question. And I think there is a lot that we need to do. The IEF has a key role there. There's a lot that we need to do in a value neutral way to explain, because I think dogmatism is actually the best on both sides. So the neutral arbiter that can sort of explain and say, look, here are the numbers. And here's here's the energy needs, and we can't have half of the world to the developing banks. We can't, if we go on where we go, we now have about 1 billion in energy poverty. If we have 2 billion more and we don't change the thinking, we might have by 2050, 2.5 billion in energy poverty. That would be a quarter of the population. So if you give these numbers, you might engage with the IFIs. With the commercial banks, it's about business. And as long as the people from whom they need the business are dogmatic. It's hard to get them to do something else. But then again, I think, Sharif, we had this discussion yesterday. You're convinced that when the returns go up, they will all come back. I'm not sure I'm that convinced. I hope you're right.
Sharif, actually, Cornelia was reading my mind. I was going to say, Sharif, how do we change the minds of the bankers?
That's a good question, but first, your first question, and if I may respond to that, and rightly so, I've already warned, I'm not an ideologist, so I don't have any dogmas. Neither
Sama might have an opinion
for
on that
nor
too.
against nuclear. The only thing I wanted to point out is let's have an honest discussion about the true cost and the full life cycle cost. And cost is not only the monetary component of that. It includes aspects that are difficult to monetarily measure, like security of supply. But if you can't measure it, you at least on the basis of the true cost that you can measure, can make a comparison to alternatives. Yeah, and we also have to take into account that we don't know yet what the cost in 30, 40, 50 years will be as far as social cost is concerned. Just tapping on your example where France went into nuclear, Germany was weary about nuclear, but had the same issue, and they forced companies to start mining lignite, which at that time was a smart thing to do, created a lot of energy intensive industry on the back of that, but found out 30 years later that the impact on the global climate through carbon is so disastrous that you have to get out of it again. So the only thing I want to say is let's have a full and honest discussion and not use the carbon dogma now as an alibi to build nuclear power plants, which is not solving today's problem, but creating tomorrow's problem if you don't know what to do with the waste. That's the only one. And then you talked about the two hydrogen projects. I know both of them, but they're both in the feasibility stage. As far as I know, no commercial decisions have been made. And I've seen so many of them passing by. You know, Australia has had plans up to 25 gigawatts of electrolyzer capacity. None of that yet is started to be built. So I'll be waiting patiently till those come. And in the meantime, we will have our plant ready.
Sama, do you want to jump in? Come on.
No, we can go to, yeah,
Okay.
please.
How do we change the hearts and minds of the bankers, Sharif?
Just one word, money. They are in the money business. So when you look at financial institutions, private equity, or banks, they're all in the same business. They don't build anything. They don't make anything. They just make money. So simple answer.
And Brian, stay awake, Brian. We're going to come back to you. We're going to, Joe McMonagle has generously given us a few extra minutes as long as we can get people out for a break and back here by 11 to stay on time.
Sure.
Sam, I think we need to hear from you.
Can I just ask Peter
Sure.
one quick question? And I think it would be a quick answer is you recently had some tenders at NEOM for renewable power. Can you tell us about that?
No. But I can say that we're genuinely following and seeing the trend in the market, and some of them have been published, like the IPPs that have been done in Saudi. We do see currently a small hiccup on the back of precious materials that have an impact on mainly on solar. But that depends on prices of some of the materials that go into that. I see long-term still a significant trend going downwards. I mean, just take, for example, the energy efficiency coming out of a solar panel. It has ramped up from somewhere 12, 13% to now maybe 18%. So 18% of the energy that goes in is being used. So there is so much potential still there through improvement of technology without being dependent on the precious materials. And that is one where I say the only trend downwards on cost is in those kind of technologies, different than a lot of the conventional technologies where you see it just going the other way.
Sam, 30 seconds on long-term costs of
Right.
nuclear.
No, I just wanted to say that I could not agree more with both Peter and Cornelia. I mean, we definitely need to make all our long-term energy planning decisions based on the full cost of all electricity or all energy sources. And this needs to be a life cycle assessment. So when I mentioned yesterday the cost of electricity produced with nuclear, I was basing my numbers on a recent report from the International Energy Agency and the OECD Nuclear Energy Agency that gives the levelized cost of electricity of nuclear. And of course, nuclear energy, as you well know, is the only energy source that does include the cost of, number one, managing for the long term the used nuclear fuel, and number two, the decommissioning. So clearly, this is a full cost. And then also, I would like to refer you, when we are looking at it's not only, as you very well said, it's not just the levelized cost of electricity. We also need to add to that the cost of the system, which is not considered almost anywhere. Luckily, the NEA, the Nuclear Energy Agency, and the IEA, they are starting to do a little bit of work on that. So we need to look at the cost of the entire system, and that brings us with what Anna was saying, the stability, the reliability, the energy security, all those things need to be included. And then finally, and this is something that we all know well is not often included, are the environmental and social costs. They are very difficult to quantify. They are highly subjective. It's very difficult and quite often not pleasant to put a price on human lives or environmental quality or things like that. But that's what you need to do. You want to look at environmental and social costs. So I could not agree more. And then finally, what I would say is part of the reason why I feel quite comfortable when I talk about the small economic and environmental footprint of nuclear is because I'm basing this on two recent studies. Number one, the one just published in November, just in time for the COP26, by the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, that did a full life cycle assessment of all energy sources. And in this one, you can see how nuclear is actually the lowest impacts. And when I say impacts, I mean not only CO2, but I mean land use, mineral use, human health or fatalities, whichever way you want to call it, et cetera, et cetera. And the other one is, of course, done by the European Union, the JRC, to support the fact that nuclear energy is just as sustainable as all the other energy sources that are currently included in the taxonomy. But anyway, I'll stop here and I'm happy to continue the discussion.
Thank you, Sam. I see Abu Abdulaziz Fahad Alajan has a comment.
Maybe just 30-second to summarize, what Peter and what Sama said. Yes, levelized cost of energy is very important, but I agree with Sama that, we need to look at the system. One of the papers that we have at KAPSARC, and forgive me for the self-promotion, looked at, that even despite falling renewable cost, we're not seeing this in electricity rates. Actually, electricity rates have increased significantly despite, the falling cost of renewable. And I think that's something that we need to pay attention. At the end, people and policymakers keep talking about, falling cost of renewable. But if, the final consumer doesn't see it in their bill, they're going to think, something is wrong is happening. And we need to be transparent about these things. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to make one quick comment and then I want to give the last word to Laszlo. Can you do this in less than a minute, Laszlo? You have to.
Yes, so I wanted to reflect on the finance sector, and I'm not as optimistic as Sharif, because ever since the financial crisis, the finance sector became much more heavily regulated. Many countries very strongly reinforce their financial regulation, and the central banks have also very strong regulatory powers. And there is an irresistible temptation that, if you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So governments have this very powerful hammer in their hands, the financial regulation. They want to use it to hit the climate problem. Now, in my experience, the understanding among the financial regulators and the central banks of the energy system is basic, to be diplomatic. So when you have a very powerful tool deployed with all the basic understanding, the risk of unintended consequences is very high. So one suggestion for the IEF, if I may, I think it would be extremely useful to organize a roundtable for financial regulators about the energy system.
Thanks, Laszlo. I'm going to make one quick comment. I'm going to take a very quick comment from Ken Koyama, and then Brian, we're going to give you the last word on what technologies you think hold the greatest promise in the United States. Quick comment from me is that we had a lot of questions on what kind of international alliances and cooperative platforms could be created to help promote acceleration of technologies. And I just want to point out that Saudi Arabia and the United States, Brian, have worked very closely on something called the Net Zero Producers Forum. You'll hear more about that, I think, in March, along with Canada, Norway, and Qatar. The founding members of this group are looking at things like methane abatement, circular carbon economy approaches, high-tech issues like hydrogen, and some of the other things we've talked about here. And Ken, less than a minute for you, and then we'll go to Brian, and we'll still be able to get back here by 11 if everybody only takes a 15-minute break. Thank you.
Adam, thank you very much. Very quick. And I totally agree that money matters and cost matters and technology matters. But in terms of policy implementation, my view is that the perception matters a lot. Perception on the seriousness of the problem matters a lot. For example, in case of energy security, what is the most serious energy security threat is very important in terms of policy implementation. For example, why Japan fully embarked on the nuclear program in the 1970s? The reason is very simple. 1970 oil crisis was perceived as a serious national problem for Japan. That's why government decided to go on the program, and industry supported, and Japanese citizens also support. But perception changes. For example, after the nuclear crisis, perception a lot of change. But now we are seeing the possible change in the perception that will affect the international energy policy and climate policy. That's my short question.
Thank you, Ken Koyama, for that very interesting comment. We've had such great interaction here. Ben Youssef, I see your flag up. Keep it under a minute and we'll go.
Yeah, thank you very much, Adam. It is rather a question, in fact, a quick question. We see now that the energy transition is energy policy driven, and the policy, the technology should follow, in fact, these policies. As raised by many speakers yesterday and also today, the uncertainties to implement is so high, including many uncertainties regarding the critical minerals, financing, and so on. The question, what this is in fact could lead to an energy crisis in the future rather than energy security. My question, in fact, to you or to one of the speakers is what are in fact your messages to the energy policies, energy policy makers for the upcoming in fact years, what to do? Because in fact now we see that this energy transition is rather policy driven rather than in the past technology driven. Thank you.
So it's in policymakers' hands. Well, let's let Brian Anderson answer that question. Brian, over to you for closing comments.
Adam, no pressure to have the last word, but I would say in terms of technologies, we need to get more technology agnostic, and we set targets, we set the goals under the constraints of reliability and resiliency and affordability globally. And so when I think the markets are pretty efficient allocators of capital if the policies are clear, direct, and sustainable, as well as predictable. And so when we set some pretty clear policy drivers that are much more technology agnostic than many in the United States have been, and even globally have been, then I think we can start to see some capital markets pouring the funds into the innovative technologies. I have a hard time naming one technology because just like the globe, what's going to solve a problem in one region is not going to solve the problem globally. We don't have a silver bullet. Certainly hydrogen is going to be a component of that, but I encourage us to be a little more agnostic with our colors in hydrogen. Certainly green, blue, and turquoise all fit together within various ecosystems. And so just with that, I would say that we have a lot of optimism in the ability to develop the technologies or to meet the needs, combining the state enterprises, investments in research and new technologies and rolling them out, as long as we do have the consistent policies that can allow the markets around the world to allocate capital efficiently. So that's where I would leave it. And thank you again for your patience with having me.
You know, we're so delighted that you were able to join us, Brian. And you know, I think the word that you used is really interesting, agnostic approach to this. It's kind of follows the idea in the circular carbon economy of being holistic. I'd say being agnostic and looking at all of the options, all of the above, that we can't do this with one solution alone, and we have to look across the board at everything. The problem is so big. Thank you very much to Peter Terriam, to Brian Anderson and Cornelia Mayer for a great panel that created a lot of interest around the table. And I hope to our listeners, over to you, Joe.
Welcome, thank you. And Adam, big round of applause also for Adam for all of the great, the detail that we had here, really engaging, informing, educational, and lots of things to think about to go ahead. We're going to take a quick break. We really need to get started sharp at 11, which we will, because Halima Croft is back in the hot seat and she'll be moderating this session. So Halima, of course, from RBC Capital Markets. Just before we go, a reminder to all of you in the room, anybody who needs a PCR test, please, we're ready outside for the next hour. And to all of our viewers on live streaming, stay with us. We will be right back in just a little while. So top of the hour, we will get started here and we'll be really looking and examining, continue this conversation, but looking at energy security and modernizing energy infrastructure. Thank you so much. We'll be right back.
It is so wonderful to have you with us here today, raising the energy level of this session. I would like to welcome everyone to this second session of the Thought Leaders Roundtable, which will explore, as Etna just mentioned, the twin challenges of enhancing energy security and modernizing the energy infrastructure. Two issues that have seemingly taken on added urgency given the events that have transpired in Europe in recent months. The challenge that I think was raised so well by Cornelia Meyer when she said essentially people are having to make decisions about do I eat or do I heat. We have an exceptional panel with us today. Ana Palacio basically needs no introduction, the former foreign minister of Spain, who we just learned about has also an extensive background on nuclear issues, time at the World Bank. We next have Antoine Huff, founding partner of Keros, and adjunct senior research scholar at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. And rounding out our panel, we have Carmen Elena Cernu, scientific director, National Institute for Research and Development in Informatics, ICI, Bucharest. And I will now hand it over to Ana Palacio for our keynote.
Thank you. Thank you, Halina. And just another piece of information. I'm going to speak about gas and about Europe and about perceptions and about reality. And I will add another element of my bio. You know, when you age, you have just piling up experiences. I'm the lead independent director of Enagas, and I chair the sustainability committee there. Enagas is the gas system operator in Spain. So gas, Europe, non-ideological approach, objective approach. Just to introduce the topic, 4 points. The first is why gas and why Europe? Well, because it's a workshop of the problems or the issues, the challenges we are raising of mature technologies. We are seeing that there is a kind of faith leap forward on technologies that are not just not commercialized, but not even proven, or as someone has corrected me, it's not that much faith. It's purely and simply ideology. It's a totem. It's a myth. I think it's ideology. It's dogma. But the other strand that comes, and that we have seen in several interventions, is how geopolitical dimension is impacting today gas markets. And I have put this quote of Vladimir Putin because I think it summarizes many of the challenges that we are seeing. This coming together of strands of just geopolitics, of strands of financing, of strands of just perceptions. And what he says is absolutely real about long-term contracts that receive 4 times cheaper than short-term contracts. But you have to add that long-term contracts, European contracts in the Atlantic, none of them has been renewed, the long-term contracts. So Europe in the past 2-3 years has gone into the situation we are now. The second is something that we have discussed many times, is that managing the transition will depend fundamentally on balancing GHG reduction. And I will speak about decarbonization of carbon, but of course it's methane. Methane was one of the Joe's really crusades, if I may say so. It was a cause and it's fundamental. But I will speak about decarbonization and energy security. Energy security and the corollary of modernization of energy infrastructure. Allow me an anecdote. On my capacity in Enagas, this is Chatham House. No, okay, well then, I was I was speaking because this is an actor that hasn't appeared yet. Rating agencies, financial rating agencies, and sustainability rating agencies. So I was in dialogue with them for one of the best index, most coveted index, where, by the way, my company ranked first in its category. So we have, but they had me a kind of, tribunal there. And the first thing they asked me, what are you going to do with your stranded assets? And I say, beg your pardon, stranded assets? How can you? Well, this is the approach. This is the perception that oil and gas will become soon. Of course, it's not reality, but there is the perception. We have been speaking about that. Now, Europe, because it's at the vanguard of energy transition and a committed pioneer to green, is the battleground for realism versus dogma, for this battleground about perceptions. And I will not speak about nuclear, and I will speak about gas, but nuclear, it's the other aspect where things are happening now. Well, energy transition, I will speak briefly about the world equation and Europe's position. Focus on Europe, we have to see how energy security leads with Green Deal. And then the paradigm of gas, and then the EU taxonomy on sustainable activities. It has been said, but we will focus a bit on how gas and nuclear got into this taxonomy, and then the challenges. So let's go to these 5. Energy transition, the world equation and Europe's position. In Europe, we many times forget that honestly on this, we have to lead. It's our responsibility, among other things, because we have contributed with the rest of the developed world to more than 50% of the accumulated carbon in the atmosphere. But of course, there are limits to individual action. Today, EU contributes approximately, the European Union contributes approximately 7%. In fact, the last figure was 7.9, but going down fast. So wins are exponentially more difficult and costly. So to reduce from Europe 1% of carbon emissions, it's a comparatively much bigger effort because we have gone to the easiest, and this has been done. Well, I just mentioned China because it's 31 and India is about 14 right now, but quickly growing. Now, we have discussed previously the social cost of nuclear. Honestly, the big figure here that nobody has is the social cost of carbon. I put it here, and I have all the data behind these slides. There are studies, there are scientists, there are universities that say it's $10 per ton emitted. And I found the University of Chicago that just adds, and gets to $100,000 per ton emitted. So in this diversity, I would say that President Obama created an agency to evaluate for environmental policies this social cost of carbon, only for environmental policies, to take it into account when doing the viability studies. And it priced it around $51. But there is no accepted figure. And this goes to this idea that we really are working in an environment full of uncertainties of how big is the market? What's the price of carbon? When will the new technologies get there? Well, I will not mention much the EU approach of the ETS market, where price today is about 90 euros. If there are questions, we can go into how it works and all that. But I will reflect for 1 minute on this carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is a tax that would compensate for the stringent policies in Europe so that European companies do not delocalize and go and produce in other markets that are less stringent in these aspects. My opinion is going to be very difficult. I don't know if how to make it WTO compatible, but in the end, I know that one of the points of discussion in the meeting with the African Union, the present meeting of the European Union, African Union, is precisely this. Is precisely this. Now, one issue which is important and has been addressed, the European Union is a regulatory superpower, and we are. And our plastic directive has been even incorporated into law by China. And Latin America is an area where the European Union benchmarks are activated. So we have this responsibility, and we do. And this is one of the great advantages of the European Union. So here, in this area, we have been pioneers in this area of climate change since the Kyoto Protocol. And we really, because our public opinion is pretty much on this issue of climate change. Now, if we address and I will in the next slide, address the taxonomy, the criticism that I listen more is, by including gas and nuclear, we are losing this the opportunity of creating another golden green rule. I do not agree, and we will say that. Now, I have spoken about the Brussels effect. Youth is behind these policies of the European Union, of the Green Deal. Youth and beyond the European Union. Of course, the European Union, we have Greta, we all know her, but there is a real youth participation. Now, my criticism is that dogma is beyond regulation. You cannot regulate. Dogma is about faith. It's about whatever, enthusiasm. You have to regulate effectively, you have to go into reality. And reality may be not what you wish for, but this is where regulating, benchmarking makes a difference. Energy security versus Green Deal. If you tell me that I don't have much more time, I will leave it with you. No, I have a slide that I want to comment. This is 2015 and 2019, and from one framework project, which is EU Energy Union and the Green Deal, you have lost energy security. Energy security has been overshadowed by environmental concerns. Here, this is a graph that I have made, with Enagas on investments, in the decreasing investments in gas infrastructure versus this is the green bars, and versus the consumption. And here you see the difference. So the problem of gas is that gas has shifted recently. In 2000, gas was comme il faut, it was acceptable. Today, it's back with a foot in the door through the taxonomy, but there is a lot to do. Now, what on the current market situation and the faulty projections, you have it, the data, and you know all of them. I will highlight the gas storage and the delay in Europe Energy Union. Yesterday, the Romanian minister said that we are going to buy collectively gas. It will not happen in the short future, but this is important. Now, on this inadequacy, the geopolitical tensions, and frankly, let's call a cat, the weaponization of gas by some producers. The last thing, and Cornelia has done this, investor attitude. I have highlighted here Larry Fink's annual letter to the CEOs, which is a kind of encyclica, Roman encyclica, and that lately is just against the things that were commented by Cornelia there. Now, I will just briefly, the European Union taxonomy, the allegation is gas greenwashing and nuclear do not harm principle, that nuclear goes against. We have discussed this. This is an appreciation. You have to find what's the cost of this, the challenges that nuclear has about waste and about used fuel and all that. But what I think is that we need pedagogy. We need pedagogy in general terms for these citizens, especially in Europe, that have the idea they have to choose between heat and eat. We need to explain to them so that they push the politicians, so that we have sound policies that will highlight renewables, that will highlight the Green Deal, that will not forget the energy security. And Halima, I will leave it there. If someone is interested in the slides or any other comment, I will come back to them. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that excellent keynote. And we will now go to Antoine, who is joining us via video.
Thank you, Halima. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, Joe and Fahad, for inviting me to speak today. And I wish I had been able to join you in person, but thank you very much for making the connection remotely available. So what I'd like to talk about is something a little bit different. Our conversation so far, yesterday and today, has very much focused on when we talk about new technologies, we talk about production technologies, new energy, solar, wind. We talk about nukes. We talk about energy storage, batteries, sometimes about efficiency. What I'd like to speak about is data technologies, monitoring, verification, reporting technologies based on new sources of data like satellite imaging, geolocation devices, social media, the Internet of Things, and so on. There's a revolution that's been going on over the last few years. And in parallel with the energy transition, with the energy revolution that's starting now. And I'd like to explore a little bit the intersection, the interface between these two revolutions. I think the data revolution has a tremendous role to play and is already playing a very important role in the transition. It has the capacity to guide climate action in a very impactful way. It has the capacity to assist with monitoring, with reporting, with verifying our footprint, the progress we make towards net zero. And it has the capacity to accelerate, to enable the transition to net zero. So guiding, first of all, we've come a very long way. We have a new capacity now to monitor energy markets in real time, but also increasingly the climate footprint, emissions, carbon emissions, methane emissions, other emissions as well, land use change, and so on. You can't manage what you can't measure, as people often say. Now we can measure things. We can measure the climate footprint of energy use and human activity, so we can manage that footprint and we can start reducing it. Methane is a case in point. There's been several mentions of methane, including just now by Anna in her remarks. COP21, 6 years ago, methane was almost nowhere in the discussion, was barely mentioned in the Paris Agreement. COP26, Glasgow, it was a center of discussions. It was maybe the biggest achievement of Glasgow, not really in the final pact, UN pact, but in the side agreements, the Global Methane Pact, the China-US Energy and Climate Pact that focus very much on methane, as well as other discussions and agreements. Why this change? Why this sudden awareness of the impact and the need to address methane? Well, we know that methane is the second largest contributor to climate change. We know that it's the fastest growing greenhouse gas with 85 times the warming power of CO2 in the first 20 years after it's released into the atmosphere. But we knew that back in Paris. At the time, in 2015, we knew concentrations of methane in the atmosphere we could not really identify the sources of methane emissions, let alone quantify them. Today we can. So we have the technology to track methane, to monitor methane. There's been a proliferation of new technologies over the last few years, ground sensors, aerial surveys by planes or drones, satellites, tasking satellites, monitoring satellites, and the transparency, the visibility this has given us on methane emissions really empowers, unlocks the potential for very tremendous action. My colleagues at Kairos just released about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, a paper in Science, which is the first effort to systematically detect, account for, and quantify super emitters or ultra emitters around the world, and to quantify the financial benefit of addressing these sources of emissions, which are very easy to tackle and to eliminate with existing technologies that's available, mature, and very cheap. What's true of methane is not just limited to methane. We can also monitor carbon use. We can monitor land use change. We can monitor carbon biomass and so on. And this allows us to prioritize action and to focus on the low-hanging fruits of climate action. Methane has often been described as the low-hanging fruit of climate action, actually. But within methane, super emitters, ultra emitters, short-lived emissions that unleash hundreds of tons sometimes of methane within a couple of hours, and are the equivalent of the emissions of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of cars over a year. Those emissions are the easiest to address. They're the lowest hanging fruit of all. Second benefit of new technologies, verification. We can monitor the footprint of energy production, transportation, consumption. We can do it independently. We can do it based on public data from public satellites, in part. And we can do it in a third-party way that doesn't require permission from the operators. So this verification capacity that new technologies provide are key to avoid greenwashing. There's a lot of claims by companies that they have very high ESG standards, and we've seen increasingly scandals, exposés of companies that have very high ratings but actually turn out to perform very poorly. How do we find out to perform very poorly? We can through independent measurements, independent monitoring. And the ability to do that really allows companies to report in a trustworthy way about the progress they make towards net zero. And it allows to rebuild trust in the industry and to extend the license to operate of oil and gas and fossil fuels, which we have to be part of the mix, even in a deep decarbonization energy mix, as the IEA has clearly shown in its forecasts. This verification capacity is also essential to create the system of financial incentives and price signals that we need to accelerate climate action. And that's particularly the case, for example, to develop the market for carbon offsets. Today, there's a burgeoning industry of carbon offsets, including forestry. It's very unregulated, and sometimes those assets are of dubious quality. Are they additional? What is the quality of the forests? Are the forests dense, diverse, or is it monoculture? How can we verify this? We can verify it by sending people on the ground. That's extremely expensive, and that can be done only a few times a year. But remotely, this can be done very, very clearly. The third point and last point I'd like to make is the monitoring aspect of climate monitoring technologies. The transition to a net zero economy is not going to be a transition. It's going to be a series of disruptions. It's going to be a bumpy ride. And with increased volatility in demand for incumbent fuels, the more we integrate renewables in the energy mix, the more demand for incumbent fuels will swing widely as a result, in part, of the variability of renewable supplies. We've seen that in the European energy crisis just over the last few months. And here, the ability to monitor markets in real time provides a key aspect to build up resilience, to build up response, to manage the intermittency of renewables, to smooth out the bumpiness of the transition towards a clean future. We've seen the impact of transparency in a few crises over the last few years. We've seen that, I would argue, at the time of the IEF-KAPSARC attack, which had a very limited impact on the market, even though that was the utmost nightmare scenario that we could imagine at the time in terms of disruptions. Part of the credit for that goes to Aramco for sure, and the excellent disaster management that they showed at the time, but also to the transparency that technology is provided. So I'll stop here, and I'd be happy to go deeper into these points in the Q&A.
Thank you so much, Antoine. And now for our final speaker, I'm going to turn it over to Carmen Ilana Cernu, and I think she's going to highlight the importance of energy diplomacy.
Thank you, Helima. I heard so many discussions today and yesterday about energy, about security, but maybe we need to focus a bit also on cyber security. And for this issue, we need to come back first and foremost to people, to human resources, because you know, on a risk assessment management, you need to put first and foremost the human resource. If the human resource can be vulnerability, it is also a great key resource. I will briefly skip through the presentation I have prepared today because I know we are running out of time. So basically, I would like to go briefly through recent innovation in CIP in Europe, in energy trends, and from the cybersecurity trends, I would like to go directly to cyber diplomacy as a possible solution for this this topic we address. The problems that might be addressed by cyber diplomacy are administration of transborder issues that arise from digitalization of life as a whole. Not here I need to mention that there are a lot of sectors that are not ready to be digitalized. The construction is among that. And maybe this is also a topic worth discussion. There's also a EU response, as Her Excellency Ana Palacio is very expert on this matter. And there are examples, also the consultation forum on sustainable energy and defense and security sectors that has some working groups, and they discuss on energy infrastructure, transversal and working groups. There's an idea that I already addressed in September related to CIP and energy diplomacy. Now, at the very end, I would like to ask you all, do we need a new role? Do we need the role of energy cyber diplomat? Because recently we have the cyber diplomat role, but there is much more. Right? Energy is a different topic, and the energy cyber diplomat might might need to address security, cyber security, diplomacy, and energy. A lot of the colleagues that are here are might be called energy diplomats, but the role of energy cyber diplomat is mainly relying also on the cyber aspect of this career, and at the foremost at the security issue of a nation and as the world. So is this role emerging? Is this role needed? This is an open question. I would like to address this to you all. especially because we have here also diplomats, also security specialists, and also a lot of energy specialists. Thank you. Thanks, Helena.
I might actually turn that question and further discussion on the European taxonomy. I would like to actually give that question to our former foreign minister.
Well, I think that we already have energy czars or envoys. We listened to Holstein yesterday. I think that this role should be, there should be a deputy that specializes in the cyber approach, because you are absolutely right. And I think it was our, because at a certain moment you lose a bit track, but I think it was Antoine Huff that just highlighted this aspect of this crossroads of data, technology, cyber, and energy. And I think that there is a lot to be done. So I have appreciated your perspective, because many times we forget that this is not a energy is not a self-contained territory. It overflows, and especially it overflows on these new technologies and cyber as intrinsically linked to the new technologies. So this would be my response, and this is a fascinating job.
Cornelia, you were first with your placard up, so I'm going to.
Thank you so much. No, thank you so much. I have two comments and one question. It's very quick, both. First, the comment to Carmen for this energy security diplomat. I think we need a diplomat for cybersecurity for critical infrastructure. You know, it's not just energy, it's oil and gas platforms, offshore, onshore, it's pipelines. There's so much critical infrastructure. So I would frame that as the energy czar for, or the energy diplomat for critical infrastructure. And then I have to Her Excellency, Madame Palacio, I have a comment when you said, you know, the young are demanding it. It's part of the young that are demanding it. Yeah. It's the affluent young. If you look at all these nice people who demonstrate on the Fridays for Future, their parents are surgeons and bank executives and so on. It's mainly, it comes from a certain class, and another class is sort of getting left out. That's the class of the parents who have who have to choose between heat and food. So we have to be, I think we have to be a little bit nuanced on that. And I sort of, as I just said to Dr. Al-Munif, I have a goddaughter who is, you know, very nice middle-class background, and she's the global head of communications for World Wildlife Fund. So, you know, again, you know, it's the lower ranks we are not seeing. And then I have a question, and I think I can ask this question here in KSA. It would be a little bit difficult to ask it in Europe. And that question is, you mentioned Russia, you mentioned Vladimir Putin, and I look at what's happening now with Nord Stream 2, and yes, we have the whole issue with the Ukraine and valid concerns, but what is the message here if you say Nord Stream 2 is on the table to nix? Because somebody invested $10 billion, and it was not just Gazprom, it was also European companies. So if the message is, if the geopolitical scenario changes, oh, you know, then we can nix your investment at any time. What is the message we're giving?
I haven't said that.
No, you're
I
not
haven't
saying
said
that.
that, and I'm not saying that. Absolutely not.
But I didn't say you. Say you said it. I said this is the debate in Europe.
May I respond
Yes.
to the two questions? Well, on youth, I mean, there is a generational difference.
Yeah.
Sorry, you want? No, okay, no. There is a generational issue here. Honestly, my generation, we had a very different idea of the world. A world of open horizons where we were still in the Enlightenment progress, that the world was there to take it, the world, nature, everything, because humanity was in progress and we had this idea of open world. Today, and I teach at Georgetown. I haven't said that, but it's also what I do. I do one semester a year. And young opinion makers in my generation, university, what in the end will be the opinion makers of their generation, they were not on this. The present generation, when I teach at Georgetown, I start and I always do a kind of survey. And I do the same survey. And this is what makes me understand that it's worth going there. It's worth teaching, because the young generation on this, Cornelia, there is this difference. From my generation, completely different. I think that was,
So I'm going to turn the floor over to Joe.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shalima. A question for Antoine. First, the IEF is very grateful to having worked with Kairos on our methane initiative that Ana Palacio referenced. And of course, I have to thank our former chief economist and now Her Excellency, the Energy Minister of Morocco, Leila Ben Ali, for spearheading that initiative, and our colleague Alison Cutright here. And I would agree with you that that methane was actually a huge accomplishment at COP. But at COP, I also had the pleasure to speak at an event that you co-hosted, that Kairos co-hosted at the French Pavilion, and it was basically about this concept of satellite technologies that you've introduced here. And so methane, of course, I think there's tremendous capabilities, and that technology is improving. But another thing that was talked about at that session was also with regards to deforestation. And you also had, I think, some interesting findings there. I'm wondering if you could share, some of the initial findings on what you did there.
Sure. Thanks for mentioning that, Joe. So we have developed, in partnership with research institutions in France, a technology that tracks carbon biomass forestry, basically land use change. But we monitor forests and vegetation, and we can monitor not just the surface, the extent of forestry, but also the height of the canopies, the diversity of species, the density of foliage, and basically the carbon content sequestered within forests. So that's very valuable, partly because it really allows to build a robust system of natural-based solutions, carbon offsets. But there were interesting findings and alarming findings that could be expected: the decline of forestry in the Amazon region, particularly in Brazil, where we've seen a loss of carbon over the last 10 years. We have 10 years of data, by the way, going back to 2011. But we've seen also increases in forestry in places where they might not have been expected, in China, in Russia, and in the US, and for slightly different reasons. In Russia, partly because of the abandonment of old collective farms that are now being reforested in Western Russia, not Eastern Russia, where Siberian forest fires have been an issue, but in the Western part. In China, there's been an effort to reforest in the southeast. And in the US, also, there's been improvements in forest management on the East Coast. So we've seen improvements there, which are very encouraging. But the main takeaway, I think, is that with the ability to monitor forestry comprehensively worldwide, we can resolve the issue of the additionality of carbon offsets based on forestry. And we can really evaluate the quality of forestry carbon offset assets. And that can create the basis for a robust system of carbon trading. That's one of the aspects of the technology. There's many others, and I could go on for hours if I started to go down the list.
I would actually like to take this moderator's prerogative and circle back on the issue of cyber. I actually come from an intelligence background. I actually started my career on energy security in the US government. And I wanted to ask about cyber rules of the road, because I think about the Colonial Pipeline attack that we saw in the United States. And one of the things I thought was extraordinary when we sort of look deeper into the issues around that, is that companies were not required to report cyber attacks. And so it was one of the big issues in terms of understanding the depth of the problem if you don't have mandatory reporting requirements. So I just wanted to ask Carmen, do you think it's possible in any way to establish the sort of rules of the road that can help make energy infrastructure more secure?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Helena, for the question. This was one of the issues that I highlighted, and it was discussing. Do we need to have a bunch of people that are trained and of course, they are skilled either in energy, in security, in critical infrastructure protection, in resilience or diplomacy. But these people needs to be trained to have skills in all these areas. And in this respect, do we think we need to standardize this role? Because if it is standardized, at the end of the day, you have the people having the same language. So maybe this kind of framework will work on helping reporting and sharing information in this area you mentioned. And this might be a solution.
Anna, I think you were going to jump in on that one as well.
No, I mean, I would like to, because I agree. I mean, we need to address this vulnerability of infrastructures. And I think that when we all speak about energy, we speak about energy, the full cycle. I think that this is something that is going to come, and your idea of having a specialist of energy, cyber energy is fundamental. Now, what I wanted is to say a couple of words about the taxonomy, because I think that this interests this audience. And that I have left because of time constraints. If you give me 2 minutes, I will try to be short. The three things to remember about this taxonomy. First, it's a delegated act. This is very complex in the European Union, but we have the Commission and then the Parliament and the Council. And this is on the table. This is the second delegated act that the Commission puts on the table. The first is already there, it has been passed, is already working, and this is on the traditionally named green technology, so renewables, etc. This one has still to go the scrutiny of the co-legislators. So it's on the table. Second aspect is that we have put, and I say we because I'm absolutely for. I think that this is the reasonable thing to do, is to bring in what is decarbonizing, the two technologies that today are decarbonizing. There is not better way to decarbonize than to replace 1 megawatt of coal by 1 megawatt of gas. Save nuclear, but of course nuclear has other issues, but it's there. But it's transitional. This means that this covers gas plants that will have a permit before 2030, and in 35, all these gas plants have to be on abated gas production, and for nuclear it's 2040. So from today to 2040, what can you do? From today to 2030, will you have a permit and invest? And again, this is this idea of stranded assets that I remember at the beginning. I think, as I say, that this was a reasonable approach from the European Union, and that we have to work on the public opinion. I think that the intervention of our Japanese colleague on the importance of perceptions is there, because whatever we say, the young generation in Europe is not, is convinced that you can create green jobs, high quality green jobs without social pain. And this is what we have to take into account.
Neil Brown?
Sure. Maybe just a couple comments to link a couple things said. I mean, I think we have to keep in mind the context that this transition is happening in. Obviously, a very complex world, but first of all, the lack of confidence of public and institutions of all types, of government, of business, is at historic highs. And that's seen in many, many countries around the world. Obviously, in my home country in the US, you see that across much of Europe, you see that across much of Asia. That's what's fed populism, nationalism, the sort of this feeling of discontent. And so any solution on transition has to be able to sit in that, but more so you have to be seen to be part of the solution. And so when we talk about transparency around cyber, we talk about transparency around climate. As a business community, and for those of you I don't know, I work at a big private equity fund, invest around the world. Like, we have to be part of the solution, and we have to assume that going in, we're not going to be trusted at our word. And the energy industry in general has a big problem with this, particularly the oil and gas industry, that doesn't have the best track record on trust. And so we need to lean into transparency. We need to lean into metrics. And so what Antoine was saying about deploying these new technologies, I think is so important. We need to do that across everything that we're doing. The second thing is, the heat and eat dilemma, that's only partially because of energy prices. It's really about the fact that we've allowed inequality to get so bad in so many of our societies. And so the energy transition can't solve that, but it can be part of the solution. And so as I look at climate policies going forward, actually, I think the most meaningful climate policies from an investor perspective don't look much like climate policies at all. One of them, I think Anna mentioned CBAM as an example. I think we're going to see increased use of trade to get to climate solutions. What's that really about? It's about trying to use market power in the US, in Europe, to force a global price on carbon that you can't get through just a carbon tax, because that's just not feasible today. Second, industrial policy, and this is where we can be part of that solution in the transition to inequality, is trying to help smooth the transition by over-investing, by accepting some economic inefficiencies and putting it to new factories, to training, STEM education, et cetera. That can help smooth the transition, because there are going to be losers, and you have to over-invest today before they're losers, because if they're already losers in the transition, it's too late. You've already lost them. And then the third is in financial regulation. And I agree with Laszlo's comments that financial regulators don't know that much about climate or energy. But I think that we need to embrace what's happening with transparency, right? Because what they're really trying to do is shift the cost of capital, right? Transparency will lead to market mechanisms, the market correcting the cost of capital, rather than the sort of sledgehammer of something like the EU taxonomy, which is just picking winners, right? Which is highly inefficient. But so if we can use transparency to harness capitalist forces, I think that will get us there much more efficiently. But Halima, do you agree with that? You work at a bank.
Yeah, no, I actually wanted to go back to, I could bring up the bank perspective, but we had this fascinating conversation in the car last night. And I was just wondering if you could just share a story, because before you were in private equity, you worked on Capitol Hill, and you were talking about key pieces of legislation that if they had been passed before, we'd be in a much better place in the United States. So it made me think about the perils of letting perfect be the enemy of the good. And so I was just wondering if you could just share that story before I turn it over to Laszlo.
Yeah, real quick. I think what we've seen is this sort of view that climate can be, it can almost become a religion for some people. But even if you don't go to that extreme, there's this tendency to try to want everything. And so, I was telling Halima, well over a decade ago when I was working in the Senate, we had the Republican votes for a power sector cap and trade program. Like that would be the law of the land today. This is under, this was at the time of Waxman Markey. But the Democratic caucus only wanted economy wide, right? And they had good reasons for that. Not a policy I agreed with, but they had good reasons. So but they refused to compromise. A couple years later, clean energy standards. So this would be a mandate for specific targets for clean energy of all types, including nuclear, including CCS for the power sector. You know, we authored a bill on the Republican side. We had a bunch of Republican co-sponsors. It was rejected by the White House. This was the Obama White House because it wasn't what they wanted. It wasn't strong enough. But if you think, I know this is a very US perspective, but think about how different the conversation today would be if we were talking about tweaking a law rather than creating an entire new law. So when President Biden proposed a clean energy standard a year ago, it was dead on arrival on the Hill, right? We would be in a very different world. So as I think what we can do is really encourage people to say, like, sometimes the compromise position as a starting point is what you need to get there in a few years.
Completely agree. And we have to bring this session to a close very soon. So Laszlo, I think you are the final question of the day or final comment of this session.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I just wanted to reflect on your comment on the Colonial Pipeline incident, because I think that has very important lessons for the energy security during the transition. That the Colonial Pipeline transports the fuel needs of around 30 million cars. And the striking in the incident that the overwhelming majority of that 30 million cars actually had no problem getting gasoline during the incident, because in the conventional energy system, hydrocarbons are very easy to store. So you have gasoline stockpiles all around the place in the fuel stations and depots. And when push comes to shove, you can transport hydrocarbons by train or even by a tank truck. Now, 30 million electric cars require the supporting infrastructure of around 10 gigawatt transmission network capacity. Now, if you imagine a cyber security incident knocking out 10 gigawatt electricity network infrastructure capacity, which is like 4 major transformer substations, watch out what would happen. So I think what we need to face that the electrification of end use is an unavoidable and component of the transition. That's a very powerful transition driver. But the electricity network infrastructure is far more vulnerable to both physical impacts and also cyber impacts than the hydrocarbon infrastructure. So these issues are relevant in a conventional energy system, but their importance strongly increases in an electrified energy system.
And Laszlo, I think that is an excellent place to end this conversation. We are now back on time, and I am going to hand this over to the magnificent Etna Trainer.
Halima, thank you so much. And thank you to you all for all of your great input there. So much that we need to. We haven't promised you any answers in this event, but certainly plenty of questions. And again, great, interesting content that we can all talk more about and hopefully find solutions for. Ultimately, that's, I think, what all of the great minds together here can do and continue this dialogue. It's so important. Halima Croft, thank you so much. So I think, yes, it'll give her a bit of energy here. So, and to all of you viewing at home there, I hope you found that very, very interesting and very relevant, of course, to all of the great work you're doing. We're going to continue now, and we're looking at investments in market stability. And we've heard the money topic time and time again. We're definitely going to hear a lot more about it because it is the make or break so often. So looking at investment in market stability, energy access, and low carbon solutions. And I'm delighted to have Princess Noura Turki Al Saud with us, the founding partner of Aon Strategy. She's going to moderate and manage this panel. So lovely to see you again. I'll hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Edna. Lovely to see you too. And thank you very much for having me here, Joe. There's always the perks of going last. So I'll try to summarize maybe what we discussed today to kind of frame the discussion, this final session. I think there's been a general consensus between yesterday and today that on the underinvestments in the energy sector, that's one. There's an agreement around the problems of underinvestment in clean energy solutions, as well as upstream fossil fuels and downstreams. And these are causing bottlenecks across the system. However, what we've seen is that there's a different interpretation, right, to these facts. And they've been interpreted into different scenarios, different forecasts through the future, into both the mid and long-term views. And ultimately, we're seeing that it's creating binary solutions and preferences, and they're skewed. And these are causing, I think this is the biggest challenge, and it's hindering progress, right, in investments and in decision-making and policy-making. There are increasing calls to become technology agnostic and consider all solutions, yet solutions are still often binary and sometimes ideological. This is especially true in the mainstream and public domain, which consequently influences consumer and investor preferences and beliefs. And while these debates are healthy and they ensure rigor, we are time constrained. There are promising projects happening globally here in the region and internationally. But if we are to achieve mid-century goals and ensure market stability, energy affordability, investment decisions worth trillions must be made today. Investments today are really stymied by this uncertainty on outlook, lack of transparency, increased lack of investor confidence in the markets, and lack of global consistency on guidelines, whether they're regional taxonomies or regulations in different sectors and ESG trends and guidelines globally. And while government policy plays a crucial role in directing private sector investments across the value chain, they are bearing the upfront cost, and they are working on aligning plans and consistencies. The opposite is also true. Public perception and shareholder sentiments and pressure influences policies and also influences investor behavior and choices. And so with that, I'm very much looking forward to our session today, and hopefully begin by highlighting the trends from the perspectives of leading industry experts, and then discuss how midterm targets and plans and public perception challenges can be improved to advance and attract investments across the energy sector. And with that, I am pleased to introduce Mr. Sharif Suki as our keynote speaker today, Executive Chairman of Tellurian.
Thank you, Princess Nora, and thank you, Joe, for inviting me here today. As always, I try to bring a different perspective. I haven't had a job in 45 years, so for me, trying to understand what is happening is crucial, it's critical. You have to sort of look at things it's energy, it's global. And you have to understand a lot of things that happen on a lot of different levels and make decisions. And if you're wrong, in my position, you're bankrupt. So it's not very attractive. So let me give you a different perspective on everything we've heard in the last couple of days. First, from everything we've heard and everything we've observed in the past, we are in the very early stages of a major energy supercycle, driven by two very powerful forces that have gotten us to where we are today. The first one is the insatiable appetite for energy from emerging countries, which was underappreciated, but is very real. And to put it in perspective, 18% of the world's population, mostly in OECD countries, today consume 40% of the world's energy. The rest of the world wants to catch up. 6.5 billion people that are in emerging countries want to catch up. Of those 6.5 billion people, 2 billion are now in the middle class. They're not going back. They have aspirations and expectations that are similar to what we expect in the Western world and in the rest of the OECD countries. So if you want to bring them up to our levels, our standards, we are going to find that we need an increase of 50% in energy consumption. So just to, I'm not as smart as Richard Newell, so I will put it only in one currency, barrels equivalent. I don't know how he managed to do it in joules and I lose it. I can't do that. So we need to find 150 million barrel equivalent. And it's not a matter of putting it in a very neat model that says it's going to happen at 2% per year for the next 30 years. People that are going to benefit from this want it yesterday. They don't want it over a long period of time. And we're going to have to address this issue centrally, and that force is not going to go away. The second very important factor that has driven this is an underinvestment in energy for the last decade. And this was promoted mostly by the technological revolution in the United States of about 12 years ago, where with directional drilling, fracking, better seismic, we were able to unleash some powers in the United States that caused a deflationary influence on the energy markets and made energy a very bad investment for the next decade. So in that context, the rest is noise. It wasn't ESG, it wasn't anything else. It was a bad investment. If you invested money, you didn't get it back. And then you can find all kinds of explanations or reasons for doing all of this. So we've underinvested. And the United States were the heart of the reason for the underinvestment. All of this got compounded by COVID. So as things were kind of normalizing, COVID hit and magnified the problem, almost like a rubber band being too tight, and when it came back, it's coming back very, very quickly. So a year and a half or 2 years ago, we're still talking about low for longer. The sector was going to be not favorable. It was better to invest in other things. And all of a sudden, we're waking up in the last 9 months, 12 months, and the situation has changed so quickly and so dramatically that we're sitting there saying, what happened? Well, what happened is we completely misjudged what the primary forces were going to be on a global basis. Politicians did not have to pay attention until President Macron tried to put a 6 cents gasoline tax in France, and people were down in the street saying, no, I'm not paying more for my energy. And that was a prelude. This is in 2018. Look at what's happening now in 2022. It's so much worse. So what are the trends for the future? For me, critical questions. The first one is we will not find the capital to invest what is required to balance the markets in any time in the near future. So last year, we spent $350 billion on energy investments globally. What is required to balance the market is about $1 trillion, and that is not going to happen overnight. The second thing is, if for that reason, prices remain high or get even higher, it's going to have some major consequences on different parts of the world. So let's start with Europe. Europe will deindustrialize. Europe cannot afford fertilizer plants, steel plants, aluminum plants, cement plants that require energy when their neighbor is getting their energy at 10% of the cost that they're paying for. So on that premise, Europe is facing a very difficult future until they figure out how to reduce their energy costs. That's assuming they get the molecules. We'll get past this current crisis now. And then the reality will continue to be that their energy will be very expensive, and therefore they're going to have to make some choices. You are going to heat your homes first. You're going to turn on your lights first. You're going to try to do the best you can with what you have, and then you're going to abandon your industries. You've already seen that starting to happen. The other trend will be that emerging countries will emerge more slowly. However, what they need is not elastic. It is not a question of, I don't want to heat my home. I don't want to prepare 3 meals. I don't want to use wood and kill people in Africa because 6 million people a year die of indoor pollution in Africa. Those things are not going to change. And therefore, they will continue to make sacrifices somewhere else in order to ensure the energy that they need in order to have a decent living standard. The third thing that will, the fourth thing that will happen now is that producing countries will have an enormous stimulus. And producing countries include today the United States. We'll talk about that in a minute, but the stimulus will come to these countries. There will be a transfer of wealth in the next couple of decades of roughly $1 trillion a year from consuming countries to producing countries, exactly the reverse of what happened 10 years ago when it went in the other direction. So liquidity in the world went to Asia because those were the economies that benefited the most from this energy deflation that happened 10 years ago. It's now going in the other direction. The center of gravity of the world financial markets will be right here in Riyadh, because this is what is going to benefit. This is where people will say, I have a new project. I would like you to take a look at it. The money will be here. In that context, I think people faced with the end of the month and the end of the world will choose the end of the month. If you have a problem in heating your home, if you have a problem in creating indoor pollution, if you have a problem in heating your home in European countries today, you're not going to be concerned with what happened 30 or 40 years from today. You are going to look at how do I solve my immediate problems. So the most important factor for the next few decades will be energy access, not climate control. And I say this as a convinced environmentalist, where we think we have to deal with this, but it will be the prerogative of rich countries and rich institutions to do this, not of people who are struggling to make a decent living standards for their populations. Last very important thing. There's one country that has to assume its new role. We've had the energy crisis before. We've had positions where people had to get together and say, what can we do to resolve the issue? The central country that has changed role from the last major energy crisis is the United States. Do we really understand that we've become an energy producer? We are the largest natural gas producer in the world. We are the largest oil producer in the world. And yet we still act like we're going to be a victim of an energy crisis that we have nothing to do with. We used to have an energy policy that said we want to achieve energy independence. We now have no energy policy. We have a climate policy that says we're going to be dependent on China. It is so contradictory, and you look at what is happening now and you say, does America really understand that is now at the heart of the discussion about how producing countries are going to help the rest of the world? It's impossible for us to say to OPEC, you need to produce more. Well, we're not prepared to say we're going to produce more because we can. It is impossible to say you cannot depend on Russia. I'm going to bring you the Emir of Qatar to help you, when we are actually the largest natural gas producer, and we've become last month the largest LNG producer. So the role of the US in this dialogue between consuming countries and producing countries has shifted. We are now a producer. It's hard for us to realize this, because for us, an energy crisis is going to translate in higher prices. Our people will pay more at the pump. So most Americans will look and say, I'm not paying $5 a gallon or $6 a gallon. I'm a victim of the energy crisis. Nothing could be further from the truth. So in the last few years, we've increased our oil production pretty dramatically. What we don't talk about is we've also increased our oil consumption pretty dramatically. We have not, I think, I don't know who said that earlier, but we are not prepared to consider a price on carbon as part of the solution. But if you don't want to admit or acknowledge the fact that any kind of concern for the climate is going to result in higher energy prices, then you're not serious about dealing with the issue. And our role in this dialogue on an ongoing basis in the future will be critical. So what I view is of the topics that we have to cover, energy access will be critical and central to everything. Unfortunately, investment in market stability, I don't know how to do that. We live in a volatile industry, highly cyclical, it changes all the time, and it's going to remain this way. And nothing is going to bring stability to this market. And then finally, if we're concerned about carbon emissions and how we deal with carbon management, which is a very valid concern, it's going to be up to the rich countries in the world to do this, because the poor countries of the world cannot afford it. So Mr. Bill Gates decided to invest in a nuclear power plant in Wyoming at a cost that is 11 times what it would cost to put a natural gas plant. He's got the resource to do it, and he can take the risk of seeing if this works or not. We have picked our places. We have a concern. We're a small company. We've looked at all the different options that are in front of people, the carbon captures, the hydrogen, everything else. At the end of the day, the only thing that we have found for my company is the thing that works the best is to plant trees. And therefore, we made a commitment to the National Forest Foundation in the US to start a program with them. The first commitment is for $25 million. Ultimately, we want to plant 500 million trees around the world to try to do our little piece. It comes from the fact that very arrogantly, and Laszlo, there's very few people that are more optimistic than me, so don't feel bad about not being as optimistic. But we think that the business proposition that we have is going to be extremely profitable, almost embarrassingly so. So we want to do our bit for what we consider a serious issue, and we happen to be able to afford it. So we'll continue to plant trees. That is the thing that we think works today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sharif. I think you've clearly articulated three of the main challenges that we're facing today, which is uncertainty and inability to manage markets and plan ahead. And I think this is really underlined by the biggest challenge, which is balancing immediate needs, mostly of those less fortunate and those who have at least access to energy, with long-term goals and targets. And I think the political challenge of making decisions in an interconnected world that we live in, and also the realities of the political system with the cyclical nature in democracies, and also the social challenge and socioeconomic challenges that responsible governments also hold throughout the globe. And I'm sure a lot of you have questions, but I'd like to turn to our panelists, and then maybe we can have an open discussion with Q&A. So I'd like to turn the floor to Mr. Jean-Pascal Clemenceau, Senior Vice President of Strategy and Markets at Total Energies.
Thank you, Princess Noura. I'm honored to speak today in front of such a distinguished audience. And I would like first to thank the IEF and the KAPSARC to give me the opportunity to share with you the Total Energies viewpoints on the Roundtable agenda. And it's many points were raised by Sharif, and I will try to build up upon them with the viewpoint of a private investor with a global footprint. The key agenda at the heart of Total Energies strategy is to ensure the security and affordability of the energy to meet the growing demands of the world population in the most sustainable way possible. It has been mentioned many times yesterday, the world's population will reach close to 10 billion people by 2050. There is a staggering 800 million people without electricity access today. But there's something which is very important for the energy demand. Emerging countries have a rapidly growing middle-class population. Sharif mentioned it. They are expected to reach 5.3 billion people by 2030. Almost 90% of this additional middle-class population will be based in Asia. And climate change cannot be ignored, but those people, they have not only fundamental and legitimate rights to energy access, but also to economic development to improve the standard of living. This is why we develop scenarios in our total energy outlook that are definitely encompassing growing energy demands, leaving room for economic development in emerging countries by benefiting from energy efficiency in the OECD country. We must acknowledge that the energy transition, the pace of the energy transition is to be handled with care. In 2021, oil and gas prices have risen sharply due to a combination of increasing demand from a huge economic recovery, manufacturers restocking their inventories, a supply side squeeze caused by a cold snap in Texas with effect on the oil and gas exports, and also China that has decided to stop importing coal from Australia. This led China to import more gas. In turn, gas price in Europe to shoot to the roof. The longer term as well has been mentioned many times. There is a lack of investment in the energy sector. In 2014, oil and gas industry investment topped the $700 billion. They were only half of it, 350 last year. And we still rely on the fossil fuel for 80% of our power generation. And we know that if we stop investing in an oil field, natural decline is 3 to 4% per annum. Meanwhile, investment in renewable is not increasing sufficiently fast enough to fill the gap. To fund the energy transition, therefore, Total Energies' capital investment strategy is designed to accompany the growth of our energy production by 30% by 2030. Therefore, this is really the commitment of the company. We want to grow in terms of providing energy production. And concretely, we will allocate 50% of our investment to the maintaining of our existing production and 50% to the growth. And this 50% will also be split in two. 50% will be dedicated to new energies and the other 50% to gas, mainly LNG. We have no intention to divest from fossil fuel because the cash generated from today's energy will be used to invest in new energies. Last December, we were successful in winning the production sharing contract offered in Brazil with 2 pre-salt oil fields. We also launched, beginning of February, the FID of the Lake Albert Resource Development Project in Uganda, just to name a few examples. Clearly, we are targeting oil investments that generate strong cash flow that are resistant to price fluctuation. We know that prices are very high at the moment, but we don't have the crystal ball. And we need to have break-even in our project that are below $30 per barrel. And they all have a very low greenhouse gas emission, below 20 kilos of CO2 per barrel. In May 2021, Total became Total Energies with a clear commitment to transform itself into a multi-energy company within the decade and with the ambition to get to net zero by 2050, together with society, offering our customer a new mix of low carbon energy. Therefore, Total Energy must now invest in not only 2, but 7 energies, including electricity, hydrogen, biomass, wind and solar, with the aim of being among the top 5 renewable energy providers worldwide by 2030. You certainly have noticed how we developed this strategy recently with our historical partners like Iraq and Libya, with projects optimizing oil and gas production, combined with power generation from gas, but also renewable, decreasing flare gas and easing natural freshwater withdrawal as well, and improving the sustainable goals of these countries. The Total Energy's commitment to renewables are twofold. In the last 5 years, we've been building a very coherent portfolio, and we've tripled our capacity from 3 gigawatts in 2019 to more than 10 gigawatts in 2021. And we already have projects in our portfolio that will reach this capacity to 35 gigawatts by 2025, with the aim of reaching 100 gigawatts by 2030. Just to give you an order of magnitude, the nuclear fleet today in France is around 65 gigawatts. And we need roughly $60 billion of investment within the decades to reach this capacity. But natural gas is also critical to decarbonizing power and industry. Natural gas will play a pivotal role in replacing coal in lowering emission without compromising energy security. Gas complements renewable energies by compensating for intermittency, but by responding with strong capacity to the seasonality of electricity demand. Natural gas is also key to decarbonize hard-to-abate sector in the industrial sector where electrification is not a viable alternative. And emission can also be further abated with CCS. The last role of gas, the blue hydrogen. Blue hydrogen is gas with CCS, is widely seen as the first step of industrial scale-up of clean hydrogen. Obviously, it is essential, as it was mentioned this morning, to reduce the methane emission all along the entire chain of production, transport, and distribution. And that is why this is what the Total Energies is doing with an emission intensity of our production below 0.1%. Total Energy is transforming itself massively and is determined to play its part alongside its peers, as well private and public institutions all along the world, to fully contribute to the success of a sustainable energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now pass it on to Laszlo Varro, VP of Global Business Environment at Shell.
Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation and the introduction. So I'm going to focus on the investment into energy access. And there, I'm somewhat critical of the way the United Nations formulated the Sustainable Development Goals, where clean energy access is stated as one sustainable development goal among the 24. And in fact, if you look at the other 20 sustainable development goals, let it be clean water, provision of healthcare, education for kids, all of them are completely inconceivable without energy access. So it would be better to regard energy access not as one development goal among the many, but as the key precondition of all the other development goals. And there, I think it's useful to make a distinction between different levels of development. And the best illustration probably is Southeast Asia, where in the past couple of years, the Indonesian government implemented a very thoughtful, very well-designed policy to promote electrification in the remote regions of Indonesia. Around 25 million people got their first electricity in the past couple of years in Indonesian villages, which is a fantastic success. And Indonesia reached roughly 1,000 kilowatt hours per capita electricity consumption. Now, next door, Malaysia, where people already also have a refrigerator, a washing machine, and pipe water, is 4,000 kilowatt hours per capita every year. And Singapore in the middle, where every building is air conditioned and they have a sophisticated digital economy, is 10,000 per year. And the very plain high school mathematics that the really big numbers come not from lifting the 600 million people who don't yet have electricity at all to 1,000 per year. The really big numbers come from lifting the 3 billion people who are at 1,000 per year to 4,000 per year. So you have the one step of the journey is what the Indonesian government very successfully did in the past decade. And by all means, that was a fantastic success. But the idea is not to give people a solar panel, a LED light, and a mobile charger, and then keep them poor. The idea is to embark on a journey where you move from South Sudan to Indonesia, from Indonesia to Malaysia, from Malaysia to Singapore. This is the idea. But the first step is the 600 million people still without basic access, and most of them are in the remote regions in Africa. And there, with a bit of a simplification, currently electrification of Africa is proceeding with a combination of 2/3 renewables, 1/3 natural gas. Coal no longer plays a meaningful role in providing new energy access. That was the case in developing Asia 10 years ago, but in Africa, it's a 2/3 renewables, 1/3 gas combination. When you run the numbers, this combination is around 100 kilograms carbon dioxide per megawatt hour, which is actually much better than the grid average of either the United States or Europe. So Africa is electrifying in a greener fashion than either the existing European or American electricity system. And then the renewable component is split in broadly 2 equal halves of off-grid solar projects, solar microgrids in a village-by-village basis, and large-scale utility renewables, which the majority in Africa of that is hydropower, but Africa is abundant. Hydropower investment in Africa is dominantly a Chinese story. That's given the role of hydropower, almost half of the electrification of Africa is done by Chinese investment. The decentralized renewable is a much more diversified component there. Of course, the solar panels themselves are Chinese, but the investors and the project developers are much more diversified. Now, even though this 2/3 renewables, 1/3 gas combination is actually remarkably clean, there is a relentless pressure coming from outside Africa, from Frankfurt, Berlin, Brussels, London, Washington, San Francisco, to eliminate that 1/3 gas component. And we noticed a very sharp divergence of opinion that the African governments, so the people who actually lead African societies and represent African societies, they are 100% convinced that the 1/3 natural gas component is essential. But they are facing a very strong pressure from the outside world. I should also add that the amount of gas that is being flared in African oil fields right now would be sufficient to expand the electricity supply of the entire continent by around 25%. And I think that should be done. Now, in our experience, and Shell has 7 subsidiaries working across Africa on energy access projects. For the renewable component, the participation of development finance institutions is extremely important because there are some non-trivial, non-traditional risks involved. And I must say that we are beyond the stage that development finance institutions don't want to touch gas projects. We are now at the stage when development finance institutions are reluctant to participate in a renewable project if the renewable project is developed by an oil and gas company. And we find this rather counterproductive because when you look at the companies who are operating in the remote regions of Africa, my favorite Shell solar project is in the Ethiopia-Somalia borderlands. There are not many Tesla salons in that neighborhood. So the companies who have boots on the ground in the remote regions of Africa are companies like Total and Shell. And we are absolutely committed to play a role. I'm positively impressed also by what Total is doing, but we need to do that in partnerships. We cannot do that alone. Now, where does this leave oil? Now, the interesting thing is that when you do this basic electricity access, the short-term impact on oil is actually reducing oil demand because nobody knows exactly how many, but somewhere between 50 and 100 million diesel generators are scattered all across Africa, which is actually an environmental disaster. And the immediate impact of building a solar microgrid in a village is to reducing the reliance on those diesel generators. But then again, I should go back to this concept that the idea is not to give the people that want solar panel and then have them stay poor, but put them on a development pathway. So urbanization in Africa is currently running at the speed of a Paris every month, as people leave their villages and move to the major cities. And of course, cities are built from steel, concrete, bricks, glass, aluminum. So the energy intensive commodities, as you build the basic infrastructure, require a modern, large-scale centralized energy system. And also, the concept of leapfrogging is highly asymmetrical. So there are thousands and thousands of African villages that people get their first electricity from a village microgrid, and they use a mobile payment system to pay for it. So they are not connected to a conventional electricity grid, and they don't have a conventional bank account, but they get electricity. And this leapfrogging is fantastically good. But in the same village, the first agricultural improvement is a diesel tractor. And the first modern transport to take the produce to the market is a Toyota pickup truck. So on very important parts of the energy system, there is not much leapfrogging, especially in the modern transport areas. The electricity grid all across Africa is not prepared for any meaningful penetration of electric cars, and that's going to take quite a while. And I should also comment on clean cooking, a very neglected area. And cooking plays a disproportionate role in that indoor air pollution problem that Sharif mentioned. And there, again, there are technological solutions for electric cooking, but LPG is much more available, much easier to handle. Again, you can transport an LPG canister on a pickup truck or even on a camel. It can be distributed to remote regions. And given that there are very significant potential LNG developments in Africa, and you have to do the gas treatment before liquefaction anyway, we are quite optimistic about the potential LPG supply in Africa, and that creates a very strong basis for eliminating that local air pollution problem. Now, again, when you run the numbers of how much carbon dioxide it generates if people cook with LPG, that's a rounding error. And I would just start to go with an analogy that you can draw a circle on the map of Africa, which has roughly the same territory as the United States, roughly the same population as the United States, and it consumes as much electricity as the circulation pumps of the American swimming pools. Okay, so this is the extent of the asymmetry in energy usage, and I don't think we should be debating LPG cooking in Africa. That is something which just has to be accepted and has to be done.
Thank you, Laszlo. And just to comment on your last point there, it's really going to be a matter not really on the general energy mix, but really a matter of application. And application will increasingly play a more important role in planning. And so where will these additional solar capacities or wind capacities be most beneficial versus where would these additional barrels of oil go to compared to what we've seen in the past and historically? I'd like to now pass it on to Jamie Webster, Senior Director at BCG.
Thank you very much. And thank you both to my friends at IEF and KAPSARC for having me here. We have been able to partner with IEF in the past, and we're looking forward to doing so again. It's been mentioned several times, a lack of investment. And it's not just in oil and gas, it's also in clean energy. We're just not getting enough in order to bring on the sort of energy that we need, both for energy access, to keep prices relatively low. Agree with Sharif's comment that volatility is not something we're going to be getting away from anytime soon, but we're also not investing enough in order to make this transition and actually make net zero. We were able to partner with the IEF on a report a little over a year ago, and then it also included IHS, which talked about this from an oil and gas standpoint. At the same time, we are seeing where oil and gas, which previously for many years would trade places with mining in terms of being at the bottom of the league tables for returns for different sectors, has now risen and is now in the top two. And oil prices are quite high, but yet investors are still seem to be very focused on capital discipline. BCG undertook an effort to try to understand where investors are right now and what they're thinking about at this point. I'm gonna cite from a few data points. This is from a report that has already been published and is online. Just look up BCG oil and gas investment, and it'll pop right up for you. We also have a survey that we have done with power and utility investors. And over the course of this next year, we're also going to be repolling some of these investors as they relate to the energy transition, should any large organizations be interested in partnering on something like that. So the first thing that we found was that investors are changing quite a bit. Laszlo has already mentioned how after the Great Recession, there was a much greater regulatory focus. The other thing that we have noticed is that now 75% of them are focused on green funds and green investments. This is actually up from 8% from the prior year. So there's a big push there. We're also seeing that 60% are feeling some sort of pressure to divest from oil and gas investments. And 2 in 3, and again, this was a survey that was done. These are oil and gas investors. 2 in 3 believe that they will have less invested in the sector 10 years from now than they do today. However, in the near term, they're quite optimistic despite all of this. Most of them, 70% of them, believe that oil prices are going to stay above $60 through 2024. We did this back when prices were around $70. That now seems quite low given the prices that we are now. And they believe that's going to happen through 2024. They also see some near-term kind of upside and uplift in terms of natural gas investment. They see this as a real path and a way to create some value, which hopefully can offset some of the massive value destruction that happened over the last couple of decades. And so with that, investors are actually expecting TSR, total shareholder return, to be quite robust and extremely strong over the next couple of years. And so expect them to kind of stay at the top of the league tables. At the same time, 60% of these investors believe that peak oil will happen this decade. This is up from 50% the prior year. And so a large number of them are very worried about this, about peak demand. And while we around this table and in these sort of circles, we often talk about when will peak demand happen? Is it going to be this decade or next decade? From an investor standpoint, what it does is thinking about it in terms of what it means for the oil price and how this changes the calculus on the oil price. Because as was said by Jean-Pascal earlier, we don't have a crystal ball in terms of what the oil price is going to be, but we know that generally speaking, we need to meet the long run marginal costs in order to bring on enough production to meet whatever the base is, plus whatever sort of growth is. If we start to have supply and have demand peak and then start to decline, you quickly hit on a slippery slope where instead of the long run marginal cost being what you need to kind of maintain the system of around $60, $65, depending on what your point of view is, you quickly slip to needing and having your price set at that OPEX level. If you have your decline rate is matching the decline in demand, then oil prices will slip to the OPEX level. And that means around $20 around the world. And so you will have a long-term price where you are dealing with that. So given investors are both optimistic but also pessimistic, at the same time, about 50% of them also believe that natural gas is going to peak this decade as well, which I will say was a little bit surprising for me. What are they interested in right now? The gentleman to my right was very cogent about it earlier and said investors want money. That's what they like, and that is very much true. What we've seen is that 60% of them say that profitability metrics over the next 3 to 5 years are going to be incredibly important. 68% of them want oil and gas companies to maintain capital discipline regardless of what the oil price does. And so even as the price goes up, they want to maintain that capital discipline. They want to get the payback because 4 in 5 want to see a greater shareholder payout than they saw 2 years ago. They're looking for more of this money. So this is a a big change for them. What they want longer term is a focus on emissions reductions. And so while investors are increasingly thinking about climate and how to bring it into their valuation models, we have found that only about 40% of them actually put it into their models right now. And of that, only 12% of them actually believe that it has an impact on valuations today. So interestingly enough, even though they are focused on climate, they actually don't believe, and I know I hear a lot of rhetoric that right now oil and gas companies are being penalized because of this, but actually these investors, most of them don't believe that. They do believe that companies need to set and then meet the emission targets that they want. There is a belief that not only is it scope 1 and scope 2, and we've seen it over the last couple of years in terms of shareholder proxies, is a push for looking at scope 3. And so all of these things are going to become increasingly important. Longer term, in terms of where they see the value creation, there's less clarity, which is not terribly surprising. There's a whole bunch of technologies that companies are looking at. What is clear is there is a belief that oil and gas companies can make money in renewable electricity, assuming they can get the sort of funding because they're oil and gas companies. There's a belief that they can do something in batteries, which I know some of us have some questions about that. When you go and start looking at hydrogen, about 80% of investors believe there is a long-term value in hydrogen. But for CCS, only about 40% of these investors believe that there is a long-term value proposition for oil and gas companies in CCUS. And so while that has been looked at and talked about repeatedly about how important it is, right now, this is where the investors are at. I want to caution you by stating this was a snapshot in time. We did this in I think the late in the third quarter, early in the fourth quarter of last year. We're going to be continuing to do these every year because I think it's important to watch and see where this goes forward. The Power and Utility Investor Survey talks on a couple of other things. And I think in our Energy Transition Survey, we'll also focus on something that Amos Hochstein mentioned yesterday, which is, at least for new energies, it's not a lack of dollars, it's a lack of projects. Versus for oil and gas, right now we have plenty of projects and are ready to go. It's just the signals are mixed and the investors are looking at both short-term upside and long-term concerns. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jamie. And I think, in my opinion, the way I see it is really a classic case of profit maximization versus long-term value creation in the face of climate challenges and increasing regulations. Before opening it up to our audiences here and further questions, there are 2 points that I think we could discuss, and maybe our panelists or our participants here can add to these questions. But it's the topic of divestment, and Laszlo, we spoke about this on the impact of the divestment from majors and oil majors on the overall climate agenda, and how that did that create a dent and is it going to create a dent in the climate issue? And the second issue is really how can we widen the understanding around clean energy and what constitutes clean energy technologies, right? And how can we have this expand to CCUS and hydrogen technologies and increase investor confidence in these technologies? But before that, I'd like to turn to you, Sharif, and you mentioned that there's always going to be volatility, and I absolutely agree with you on that. But I think the degree of volatility changes. And I think that's what we're faced with today and will increasingly face in the future with the increasing components that add to this volatility, right? As we move forward, there are more and more elements that increases market volatility. And as chairman of Tellurian, how do you kind of navigate all of this? How do you interpret these changes in dynamics?
I mean, first, as a chairman of a small company, I can't afford scenarios. It's not like maybe it'll be 20, maybe 200, and I'm going to be happy either case. I'm going to be very miserable in one case, and I'm going to be very happy in the other case. So I have to make choices. What is probable? What is logical? What is likely to happen? And I've made my choice a few years ago. I thought that the United States was able to produce gas on a long-term basis at very attractive prices. And I thought also that demand for natural gas on a global basis was going to increase dramatically. So that's a bet. And I made that bet several years ago, and we did not really know in 2010 whether the energy revolution in the US was going to be a long-term thing or a short-term thing. It just happened. We had no idea the extent of it. Today, we know that we have 100 years worth of reserves and probably more as technology continues to evolve. And we also see that the rest of the world is going to be needing additional gas in a dramatic fashion, not simply. I mean, the question is not simply capital. The question is also resource. Most of the international gas comes from three places. It comes from Qatar, it comes from Russia, and it comes from the United States. That represents about 75% of global gas that is accessible on a long distance basis. In that context, unleash capital, which is step number one. But step number two is where? And that has its own implications. So it's a long-winded way to answer you. I expect the volatility to be fierce because people will find something new, will invest in it. It will reduce the prices for a while. And then very quickly, we will have saturated that and we'll be back in the same problem. So the numbers that you have to invest are enormous. And this is without regard to climate concerns and carbon management. So there's simply a need for additional energy on a global basis that is enormous. And on that basis, it's not going to happen in a very neat model where you say, I'm going to give you 2% per year. It's going to happen by incidents. And I think yesterday somebody talked about, you're going to have a series of shocks that are going to provoke some reactions. What you hope for is that part of the reaction is not where people have to change their living habits. But that is in the cards. It's entirely possible. So the volatility is going to be probably fiercer than we expect. So for us, for a small company, you plan that you're going to have some bad times, and you try to plan to be able to survive the bad times. And then you benefit from the good times. And the good times could be kind of ridiculous, and you got to do something for your conscience.
Thank you very much. I think we have about 10 minutes, and maybe in the interest of time, we can take all the comments and questions and then have our panelists answer them. Maybe, Anna, we could start with you, please.
Making it short, great presentations, and just bringing to the fore that things will be happening in the global south, and that these will be big numbers, and that I will pick up two big messages. It's the big numbers are about middle classes in the global south. And they will be big, and whatever we do in Europe, this will happen. Second message, we have a common responsibility about development, then mean it. Because intermittent energy makes you, helps you, but you cannot really develop without baseload energy. I have a question. I mean, big companies like Shell or Total are the ones that are investing in Africa in very, I would say, fragile environments and volatile situations. How come that a canister of the canister you were mentioning just costs $20, which is a fortune for someone that is burning whatever they find? And you have to understand it, because if you need to cook, you put wood or you put whatever, and you cut forests. We think about forest canisters for cooking. This would be why $20? My question.
Yes, I have a very short and quick question to Jamie. Thank you. The survey is really good, and I'm glad you're doing it every year. But, you know, even if some people or some current investors are leaving the industry as returns are ratcheting up, don't you think there will be a new class of investors, you know, more private equity, more even, which will bridge the gap of the old investors to just people who are more return oriented?
Yes, thank you. I started this morning with thanking the organizers for offering me this group therapy. And I must say, at the end of the day, the therapy was not successful. And I feel myself a bit like the canary in the coal mine. And that's a very uncomfortable feeling because I have neither the size nor the color to feel comfortable as a canary. And let me again, what I said yesterday, take you back 10 years in history in the energy or electric utility business. And we had the same discussions as we are having here today amongst the companies, including pan-European companies like RWE, E.ON, Iberdrola, Enel, Engie, or whatever they were called at that time. And we included branch associations, we talked with investors, capital markets, we talked with policymakers, and it was the same kind of intellectual discussion we are having here today. And it would be great if the world would be run by scientists, engineers, and economists. But it's not. It's run by politicians, and it's run by public sentiment. And public sentiment is not driven by what makes sense. It's driven by what they believe that makes sense. And my question is, how do we enforce the dialogue with the right kind of people to either influence the sentiments through facts, or to take on board the sentiments that we can't change and be anticipating on that rather than reactive as we traditionally are in large industrial companies?
Maybe I'll direct the question to Sharif. I mean, when we saw the high energy and gas prices in Europe and in Asia, we saw two different responses. And again, I'm simplifying, so it's not 100% accurate. China decided to produce more coal, and they focused on energy access. Europe is, at least what you hear in the press, what you hear, policymaker, more renewable. Do you think, there will be a self-correction, or you think, that sentiment and that, policy option will continue? The second point is around what Laszlo mentioned around, development institutions. It's really a pity that, the focus has been shifted from development and meeting a lot of, developmental needs to making those climate change, agencies. And one of the things that we discuss is with a lot of, development institution is energy access and how you can help a lot of the population that don't have access to energy to get it. And unfortunately, even the OPEC Fund for International Development, which is run separately from OPEC, cannot finance this project because they cannot find partners from other development institutions that would, help in partnering. We know a lot of these are done in a coalition, not, a development institution that would finance 100%. So I think this is something that is really not being talked about. And I think, at least the way we're seeing it is that climate trumps development and energy access.
So, Fad, my old mentor, Harold Janine, used to say, words are words, promises are promises, explanations are explanations, but performance is reality. So, to your point, European coal consumption last year increased by 20%. They can talk about anything they want, but when the chips are down and you're looking at dealing with your unsatisfied public that's telling you, I want to eat, I want to heat my home, I want to drive my car, I want to do things. All the principles go out the window and people do whatever they have to do. So, Peter, the answer to your question is politics don't matter. People matter. And people today will be in the streets for 6 cents, whether it's rational or not. Is it really going to make a difference for the average Frenchman if he has to pay 6 cents more to drive his car? And if you want to go to the ultimate in ridiculousness, it's in the United States, where we don't want to trade our F-150s that get us 14 miles to the gallon in order to save the planet or improve lifestyle or decrease pollution. So people matter. And it's a perception of people which is different in different areas of the world. So in the US, if you propose a gasoline tax, which would make a tremendous amount of sense, would be paid at a productivity. Because if you drive smarter cars, you will reduce your energy consumption without really affecting anybody's lifestyle, living standards. We don't want to do it. And you go to Africa, as Anna was talking about before, and they have to use wood and they know it kills them. But they have to do it because they want to eat. It's going to affect their lifestyle and their life expectancy. So you're mixing concerns of people around the world. And at the end of the day, people have to still live with their conscience. So the rich countries will have to do something for the poorer countries. And the politicians who don't understand this will not last very long. I don't care if it's an authoritarian regime or a democracy, it's all the same. At the end of the day, you're accountable to your people.
Thank you, Sharif. I'll pass it on to you, Jamie, maybe to answer Cornelia's question. And then, oh, okay. Please go ahead.
There you go. Thank you. It's just a quick question to Sharif. I think I understand what you meant, but I would like to hear just a little bit more from you. You used the sentence or the phrase, if I recall it correctly, that the US has a climate policy, not an energy policy. And it would be great to hear from you, what do you think should be the energy policy, given that apparently this climate policy is what's dominating the policy space?
Well, in order to have an energy policy, you have to first understand where you stand on the energy scale. We still think of ourselves as the largest energy importer in the world, which has stopped being the case a decade ago. It's morphed slowly. It didn't happen overnight. So we haven't gotten used to it yet. So 10 years ago, we were the largest importer of hydrocarbons in the world. And then all of a sudden that changed. And in 2010, we weren't sure if it was changing for good. By 2015, we were sure. So nobody sat and said, we need a new energy policy at that point. So we're no longer aiming for energy independence, which was the overwhelming objective of most presidents since Nixon. And then all of a sudden we said, okay, we're in a very comfortable position now. We can go, well, not Trump, but after Trump, we can go now to climate issues, which are humanistically very understandable. And the fact that energy is so cheap is conducive to having these kinds of thoughts. But at the same time, we didn't do the homework that was necessary to see what was possible. So all of a sudden, we morphed from an energy policy to a climate policy without understanding what the consequences of what a climate policy is. I'll give you a very simple example. There's an edict now in California that says no combustion engines by 2035. So I went to all the research institutions in California and said, have you calculated how much electricity is going to be necessary if you convert all your cars to electric cars? The answer is no. So what is California doing today? They bought many gas-powered generators and diesel-powered generators in order to supplement the electricity needs of California. How is that an intelligent climate policy? And in terms of energy policy, we have none. I mean, if you try to articulate to the current administration, what is it that you're trying to accomplish? They don't have any answer. And Europe has a problem. The prices have become ridiculous. It's an issue. And the commentators on television talk about it. And all of a sudden, I mean, Tom Friedman, who is wonderful with a quick sentence, has called it eat or heat. And oh yeah, it's a problem. It's in England. We understand. We're going to try to do something to help them. What do? We invite the Emir of Qatar. We don't talk about what we, the US, can do. So there's a disconnect right now between the reality and all the aspirations of the last decade. And that's what I mean. They ought to be thoughtful people, and they exist. We've got plenty of thoughtful people who've thought about this, including our former Secretary of Energy, Ernie Moniz, who will sit and think and tell you, okay, this is possible. He's a nuclear engineer. He will tell you whether there's a nuclear option or not. And he will tell you how long it'll take and how much it will cost to get there. But we don't ask him to contribute, except behind the scenes when it becomes critical.
Thank you, Sharif. I hope we can have 4 extra minutes, Joe, just to get the answers to questions. So please, Jamie, to you, and then I'll turn it, maybe you can touch on the issue of sentiments, and then pass it on to Laszlo, final words for you, Jean-Pascal. Thank you.
So Cornelia, thanks for your question on, if no one is investing in oil and gas, wouldn't that raise the kind of rate of return and you'd bring in a new sort of set of players? You're right. And actually it's a big concern that we have at BCG, because with that come what I would call 2 costs. And the first cost is how that oil and gas is going to cost a whole lot more. And while there is a view in some countries, the belief that higher energy prices, higher oil and gas prices will create a sudden energy transition. In reality, for many countries, that's not the case. So for many of us around the room, you might suddenly decide, okay, I think I'm going to move and get a Tesla because I don't want to have these high oil and gas prices. So that has a big impact in terms of energy access, in terms of health outcomes. And so we're concerned about that. The other part is about transparency, which is that, and we've seen this in a couple of different companies where they want to green up their portfolio. So they sell off a dirty asset and it goes into private hands, and we lose the transparency of what is going on with that asset. And similarly, those that are investing in there, we don't necessarily have that access and that transparency, because as Antoine Huff mentioned in our last session, having the data, understanding what is going on is our first way to see how we are doing in terms of this climate fight. And are we making progress, yes or no? And if we don't have clear data, we have less of a view on that.
So a couple of things I would reflect on. First of all, the importance of public opinion, emotions, social movement. That's something which is very, very familiar for us, because of course, among the major oil and gas companies, I think it's fair to say that Shell has the most recognizable retail brand, and it plays a disproportionate role in the various social campaigns. Now, we tend to have a keep calm and carry on approach. That basically the best way in our view to manage this is to execute a strategy which transforms the company in a clear energy direction. And one thing I would mention, in the last quarter, a new Shell electric car charger came into operation on average in every 20 minutes. And in some regions of the world, it is becoming visible that there is a Shell station and there is the electric car charger point, and the Shell station and the electric car charging point. And this starts to affect sentiment, and this starts to affect the way the company is perceived. Now, there's a very, very long journey ahead. There's absolutely no doubt about it. But I'm somewhat skeptical that this can be solved with a communication strategy. This can be solved only by putting steel into the ground and genuinely transforming the industry. Now, there's a A question for on the cost of energy access. Now, these 7 Shell subsidiaries working across Africa that I mentioned, these are not charities. These are business investments where we are prepared to take risks and we are prepared to pre-finance the investment. That this really matters because financial systems are underdeveloped all across Africa. But we expect a decent IRR from those projects. And in most cases, that's achievable because it is very expensive to be poor. So those people rely on very expensive diesel generators, petroleum lamps. With modern technology, in a number of important cases, you can beat the cost of the status quo. Now, unfortunately, in some cases like clean cooking, when you run the social cost of a 10-year-old kid spending 4 hours a day collecting firewood instead of going to school, the social cost of it is terrible, but this is not reflected in energy prices. So for some aspects of the energy express provision, and clean cooking is definitely in this category, there is a need to have a partnership with governments, with both the local government and also with the Western donor community and also with international financial institutions, because some of the major savings are avoided negative externalities. That's the and apart from that, you mentioned the divestment issue. In our experience, there are 2 layers of that. One is when shareholders divest the shares. And again, in my experience, when university endowment XYZ or sustainable investment fund XYZ announces that they divest from Shell, typically the cafeteria conversation is that, well, too bad, whatever, and then life goes on because they sell the shares, somebody else buys the shares, and so on. Now, when you have the other category of shareholders who basically say that we remain invested, we still own a huge number of Shell shares, but we would like to see your emission targets, and we would like to see your methane policy, and we would like to see your carbon framework, and so on. Now, those investors have an extremely large impact. And for those investors, we have dedicated teams engaging with them, analyzing very carefully their concerns, incorporating their requests into the corporate strategy. So in my opinion, basically selling the shares is very useful to make you feel good. But apart from that, not much. At the same time, the investors who remain invested and engage the company, they really move the needle.
Thank you very much. I'll pass it on to Mr. John Pascal, and then I'll directly pass it on to the President of KAPSARC and Secretary General to conclude this workshop. Thank you.
Yeah, just wanted to tell you a little anecdote. I spent the last 15 years with position across the world in emerging countries. And then I came back in 21 to the head office in Paris. And then I was starting to hear about climate issues, decarbonization, the fact that we needed to go green. And it took me a while to try to really pass the message across that for many countries across the world, this was not part of the agenda. And I think if there is one thing I've noticed in 21 is that the energy crisis with the price increase we've witnessed has been a tremendous reality check. That the energy security is not only an issue for emerging countries, but it's also an issue in Europe. And I can tell you that the President Macron in France wouldn't have been able to pass the policy on the nuclear plan he just spoke about last week, a year ago. Therefore, really, it has been a tremendous change and a big, big reality check. And I think that's really also echo what I'm hearing from my CFO that has run some investors' days across the world, telling me that there is really completely different investor today. You have investors that are telling a company like ours that we don't do enough in oil and gas because we should be benefiting from the oil price and make more money. And on the other hand, you have ESG investors that are telling you that you should stop altogether investment in oil and gas. Therefore, when you are a company like ours with a global footage, we are present in 130 countries across the world, we have to really work on a balance on this line, on finding the proper strategy to still ensure the proper profitability of your assets, but also preparing the future and just funding what you need. That's just the word I wanted to finish with.
Thank you very much. I'll pass it on to Mr. McMonigle.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Your Highness. Again, a very interesting session and a wonderful debate. And again, I think this is, the whole purpose and spirit of having this joint workshop is to hear from thought leaders, with different perspective around their experience. And again, the focus has been on energy security, energy access, and climate change. And how can we, focus on technology and innovation and market access to help in achieving those, objectives. I would like to thank you all for attending this here in Riyadh. And for those who are joining us remotely, I would also like maybe to do a little bit of a plug for KAPSARC. We hope to see you next year in this, workshop as well, but also we're hosting the 2023 version of the International Association of Energy Economic in partnership with the Saudi Association of Energy Economic from February 4th to February 9th. And we hope to welcome all of you then. Joe.
Thank you. Yeah, definitely mark your calendars for that. Well, look, I'd like to thank all the speakers and participants today. Very highly relevant and timely discussion, and obviously spurs a lot of additional thinking as we head out the door. Of course, I want to thank KAPSARC for the great partnership we've forged over the years, and now with you, Fahad, and look forward to continuing that. Since this is the second day of a two-day events, let me take a little bit of prerogative here to thank the IEF staff who worked so hard to put this event together. I got a lot of accolades, but really the staff is the Christoph Van Acht, who is sort of the facilitator of both days' content. Lena Murad, who has our international affairs, Tom Ashby, communications, Mason Hamilton, Allison Cartwright, Hussein Triad, who keeps all of us working, and of course, Maher Abu Al-Khair, who's actually making sure that we can see all the proceedings via live stream and without any hitches. And also I want to thank Yoshiro Torakata, who's here, and actually Yoshiro is leaving us for another opportunity. So we wish you well, and I think today might be your last day. I know it's right around that time, but anyway, we're very grateful for your contribution and help, and hopefully we'll have your involvement moving forward here. In the IEF, we have an exciting year ahead too. So let me just plug some IEF activities. Of course, the big one is we'll be having our IEF 17 ministerial. We think in the fall, we're just working out final arrangements on dates. There'll also be a business leaders forum in connection with that. And that will be here in Riyadh. Saudi Arabia is hosting for the first time the ministerial meeting in about 15 years, I think, 10 or 15 years. So I'm sure it'll be a great event. We're also doing an IEF GARP, which is Global Association of Risk Professionals in-person conference that we've, of course, like everyone else, have delayed for about 2 years. And that conference will be held in June. And then, of course, we have the 7th IEF IGU gas ministerial meeting that Egypt will be hosting in Sharm el-Sheikh ahead of the COP27 meeting. And we're also looking forward to hosting the Asian ministerial meeting that India will be hosting either this year or early next. So we look forward to seeing many of you again in the months ahead, either in person or virtually, but let's hope it's more on the in-person side. So thank you all for coming to be with us today. And of course, I wish you all safe travels. And thanks to all who've been watching on the live streams.